Alright, we are back. Today we are going to work on making the terrain of the planet. So right now we got a pretty good, we can get like a sphere, pretty much. But I would like to make it a little bit more like having, stuff on it. So it's not like a complete sphere. It's something a little bit more. So we'll do that. I just have to check a quick thing also here in my wait, video. Where is the output recording here? Okay, I cannot change it. That's okay. Recording. Trigger recording pad could not be open. Please check recording pad under settings. Okay. Well, I cannot change that anymore. That's sad. Okay, wait, I think. Can I do this? Whew. Okay, like so. Good. What we'll do is actually just we'll watch this thing. So yeah, I'm watching this, trying to figure it out.
Of Stefan Gustafsson, who is...
It's about the simplex algorithm, just to clarify also this thing. Simplex noise. I'm suspecting this would be able to do three-dimensional stuff. So I will look into it, right? And you guys are free to join here and watch me watch this thing. I'm a actual reaction YouTuber. Oh yeah, I was streaming Discord as well, my bad.
Computer graphics researcher, in particular the page of documents on simplex noise, and this PDF, which I'll scroll all the way back to the top, called Simplex Noise Demystified. So I read this on the subway home last night and on the subway to work this morning. And so I have some picture in my mind of how this works. I probably need to read it about 73 times more. But this will give you much more background into the difference between classic noise, which there's a nice, and you can see here this idea of these gradients, and simplex noise and how the tiling system works in multiple dimensions. So I encourage you to check that out. Now, one of the oddities about simplex noise is that there's a patent for it. This, if I'm correct, is the patent. Patent US 6867776B2. Inventor, Kenneth Perlin. You can download the PDF. This was filed in 2001 at the time of the invention of simplex noise. And there's lots of, this is an apparatus for generating an image. The apparatus includes a computer. The apparatus includes a display connected to the computer upon which images from the computer appear. I will stop now doing my dramatic reading of this patent. And so to me, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an expert in this, but it's unclear to me what it would mean to use the sort of like literal version of the simplex noise algorithm, which is described in great detail here in the patent in, say, a processing library or processing sketch in an open source environment. So there is, fortunately, a post that was on Reddit that I found from 4 years ago from k.jpg, which is a post about this new version of what's called open simplex noise. So this algorithm is very similar. It's highly correlated and relates to the Ken Perlin simplex noise, but there are some key differences. And the code for this algorithm is published here on k.jpg's GitHub gist, opensimplexnoise.java. And which means I can use this in processing because it's Java. And if you scroll down, first you can look and be like, whoa, you gotta love anything that has a variable named squish constant 3D. Mwah! That is a beautiful variable name. But what I want to do is highlight down here. I looked. I gotta keep going. There's a lot of code. Whoa, there's a lot of code. Oh my God, scroll. Aha. Test, and then here. This is free, unencumbered software released into the public domain. So I believe this is something that I can use, and I'm going to use it in the context of this video. Boy, that was a lot of
Okay,
information. So what does this mean? So I want to do another video after this one, which is I just find every single piece of code I ever wrote using the processing Perlin noise function and do it again with open simplex noise. But I'm just going to do that just for one thing right now. All right, let me go here, raw. This is the nice big copy paste. I'm going to go to processing. Because processing, this is the sketch. I want to change this particular sketch from Perlin, classic Perlin 1983 noise, the noise function in the processing library, aka gradient noise.
And in this video, I'll be...
I wonder because what is the MIT license? Obtain a copy of this software associated document files. Restriction including limitation. Yeah.
explaining simplex noise. So in order for me to explain simplex noise, it's helpful to have an understanding of noise and the types of noise. In computer applications, noise is a mapping from Rn to R. You input an n-dimensional point with real coordinates and it returns a real value. Noise appears random but really isn't. Instead, it's pseudo-random, or it gives the appearance of randomness. In the realm of computer graphics, noise is used for a variety of things, such as rendering natural phenomena, materials, and adding imperfections. One use of noise in game development is procedural map generation. There are two types of noise, value noise and gradient noise. Value noise methods consist of creating a lattice of points which are assigned random values, and the noise function then returns the interpolated number based on the values of the surrounding lattice points. Gradient noise methods, on the other hand, consist of creating a lattice of gradients, dot products of which are then interpolated to obtain values in between the lattices. Here are two visualizations of gradient noise. On the right is Perlin noise, invented in 1985 by Ken Perlin, and on the left is simplex noise, which was created also by Ken Perlin in 2005. While Perlin noise is quite useful, it has significant shortcomings that would be of particular consequence in real-time settings and hardware implementations. Some of these shortcomings include requiring many multiplies, visually significant and isotropy gradient artifacts, difficulty of computing a derivative, and the expense of generalizing to higher dimensions. To generate Perlin noise in one dimension, you associate a pseudo-random gradient or slope for the noise function with each integer coordinate and set the function value at each integer coordinate 0. For a given point x, somewhere between the two integer points, the value is interpolated between the two values. The interpolation is not linear with distance because that would not satisfy the constraint that the derivative of the noise function should be continuous at the integer points. Instead, a blending function is used. Originally, Ken Perlin used this black function, 3t squared minus 2t cubed. However, he later changed it to the red function, which is a fifth degree polynomial. The two functions are very similar, but the fifth degree curve also has a second derivative at its endpoints, which makes the noise function have a continuous second derivative everywhere. This makes it useful for certain tasks in computer graphics. In 2D, the integer coordinate points form a regular square grid. At each grid point, a pseudo-random gradient is picked. For an arbitrary point P on the surface, the noise value is computed from the 4 closest grid points. The value of each gradient ramp is computed by the dot product between the gradient vectors of each grid point and the vectors from the grid points to the point P. The blending of the noise contribution from the 4 corners is performed in a manner similar to bilinear interpolation, using the 5th order blending curve to compute the interpolate. The result, n sub xy, is the final value of the noise function for the point xy. In 3D, the gradients are 3-dimensional and the interpolation is performed along 3 axes one at a time. In order for the noise function to be repeatable, the gradients need to be pseudo-random and not truly random. So they need to have enough variation to conceal the fact that the function is not truly random. But too much variation will cause unpredictable behavior for the noise function. A good choice for 2D and higher is to pick gradients of unit length, but different directions. For 2D, 8 or 16 gradients distributed around the unit circle is a good choice. For 3D, Perlin's recommendation was a set of gradients that are the midpoints of each of the 12 edges of a cube centered around the origin. For 4D, a suitable set would be the 32 edges of a 4-dimensional hypercube. The gradients that we pick don't matter as much as long as they're not too few and they're reasonably evenly distributed over all directions. Gradients with values of only 0, 1, and -1 for each component are chosen because taking a dot product with such a vector does not require any multiplications, only additions and subtractions. To associate each grid point with exactly one gradient, the integer coordinates of the point can be used to compute a hash value, which in turn can be used as the index into a lookup table of the gradients. Now that you have a general idea of classic noise, let's move on to simplex noise. So the main advantage of simplex noise is that instead of using hypercubes, we use simplices, because a hypercube in n dimensions has 2 to the n corners, whereas a simplex in n dimensions has only n plus 1 corners. As we move to higher dimensions, the complexity of evaluating a function at each corner of a hypercube and interpolating along each principal axis is a big O of 2 to the n problem, or exponential, and it quickly becomes intractable. A similar evaluation for each corner of a simplex, followed by interpolation, has a polynomial complexity of O of n squared. One of the main problems with classic noise is that it involves sequential interpolations along each dimension. So apart from the increase in computational complexity as we move to higher dimensions, it becomes more and more of a problem to compute the analytic derivative of the interpolated function. Instead, simplex noise uses a straight summation of contributions from each corner, where the contribution is a multiplication of the extrapolation of the gradient ramp and a radially symmetric attenuation function. The attenuation function in signal processing terms is a signal reconstruction kernel. The radial attenuation is carefully chosen so that the influence from each corner reaches 0 before crossing the boundary to the next simplex. This means that a point inside a simplex will only be influenced by the contributions from the corners of that particular simplex. For 2D, the influence from each corner can be visualized as a small surflet function around the corner point, with any point on the surface having at most 3 non-zero parts of a surflet covering it. A typical implementation of simplex noise involves 4 steps: coordinate skewing, simplical subdivision, gradient selection, and kernel summation. In the following part, I will go over each step in some more detail. In the first step, coordinate skewing, we take an input coordinate and transform it using the formula shown here. This effectively places the coordinate on a lattice, which is essentially the vertex arrangement of a hypercubic honeycomb that has been squashed along its main diagonal until the distance between the 0 vector and 1 vector become
I mean, the video is a little bit using the equation shown here. There was an equation at the bottom, but I feel like he has not the best video. I think the paper might even be better to read. Sadly. Let's see. Do I simplex noise? Let's see. Can I get it like this? Find under the something. I was dismystified, but I don't know if I want to go that deep into the math on it or just use something that already exists and then just get the output out of it. Do I care about it that deeply? I don't think so. Let's see. Working with simplex noise. Pseudo-random simulation natural looking variation producing pattern all of the same size. It's kind of a gradient noise algorithm invented by Ken Perlino. 40 Perlin noise. I think we will probably just I could even do it. Oh my god. That would be freaking crazy. I think one could probably like create trees and whatnot using SDFs as well. Wouldn't actually have to be a mesh, could be generated. Let's see. I also asked GPT or Claude, it's called, about the 2 videos and then about how these things work. Trade 3? These are different coordinates. Or unit vectors. Well, they're not unit vectors because they're not, but yeah. Rotation table, var points. Interesting. 5, okay. And then 4i. Okay. Dot 3. Then in your solid, how, well, I guess that would be the same as just using this library. If I got this, I would have no idea what I'm doing. I would just use something that does something behind me in a black box anyways. But this one would add a dependency, which I couldn't even go in and, well, I could probably go and modify the source code still. Implementation. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing, isn't it? Simplest based on the speed improved Java version by Stefan Gustav, original Java source code in the public domain. Based on example code Stefan Gustav, optimized by Peter K, by rank ordering method by Stefan Gustav. Notation is simple noise as presented by Ken Perlin at the relative obscure and not often cited course session real-time shading at SIGGRAPH 2001 before real-time shading actually took on under the title hardware noise. The 3D function is numerically equivalent to his Java reference code available in PDF course notes, although I re-implemented it from scratch to get more readable code. The 1D and 2D and 4D cases removed from scratch by me from Ken Perlin text. Fast floor, interesting. Can you see my comment? Your comment on where? YouTube or something? No, I do not see any comments yet. Or live chat. Yes, YouTube. Ah, no, I can see if you type something in the live chat, but yeah, besides that, there's nothing else. Live chat, yes, YouTube. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I would assume that it's exactly just the same thing. I still have no idea what goes on if I use a library, so why not just take this thing then and then having no dependencies? I'll do that. Let's see how bad that goes. I think it will be fun. If it breaks, it's even better. And then noise. Yeah. Right. There. Yes, I could probably put it in the math library. Maybe that would be smarter to do if I. Okay, let's see, what does it suggest here? Let's see, it says comp time. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Shadows primitive I1. Yeah, I do not really like these. Let's see. I know it's supposed to be for simplicity, but I still don't like. I don't like when they do just K1 and these. I'm like always like reading that and going like, what the fuck? It's never mutated. Yeah, okay, that's true. Just go const. What are you doing? I'm trying to get the noise working on the planet, so just do this and get the whole thing great. So if I start the server, and then we can go and start the client. I have it wireframe mode, oopsie daisy. Just so I can see the vertices. I wanted it for the thumbnail, but let's see, we can change that here. There. So I'm trying to get the planet to have a more like noise, so it's not a complete sphere. And yeah, that's pretty much the goal. And then once I get that, I will reuse that information to do yeah, I will use that for the actual AI navigation later on. Lucas, if you ask AI something, you should probably say search in web and give me the exact link and code on what you're doing, since it can say yeah, and this, well, actually not or like send it link to actual stuff. Yeah, I did it. I asked it for the videos above here, and then what it's referenced from here. But yeah, and then a little bit of conversation about there. But it looks like it's still talking about this one, I would say. They look similar, the function names almost, and variable naming. Well, I mean, a little bit similar, I guess. But yeah, thanks. We'll close that one. But yeah, that's the goal with this thing now, and I'm not gonna probably use a library. Fuck that. Let's see. Harold will kill you if you for this code. Gang. I'm God. What is G and G for real? I am so confused. I can't see. Oh yeah. I don't even know what this I want is. Gang. Oh yeah, he will. Don't worry about it. It's horrible. I agree. This may have been unwise. Do you think he will kill me more for these kind of namings on the variables? I think he would. Can I do this like that? No, hold on, no, wait. And if I do this, can I select that and go like, okay. Oh shit, now I fucked up. Big time. And then if I do this, and then I do that. No, I can't. Okay, that's good. You better put the giant as lock ASCII art and giant text. Harold's not allowed. For real, I should. No, I'm also a little bit. But I don't know. Either I would do this all on my own, which I probably wouldn't, and then the other option is then to just use a library, but that's the same. I still don't know what's going on inside, so I'm just gonna do this and maybe try to figure things out by tweaking some parameters. Let's see, what do we do? Have J, I, G, what the fuck are these things? And then there's a JJ. Use Vancouver J1, yeah. I hate these namings. These namings are so bad. I guess it's just for algorithm purposes you would do it like this. Alright. So simplex 3 x in and y in set in. I wonder about the G3 there that it uses. Please F3, G3.
But can they actually be just
Comp load. Maybe I should put them FF33. Well, we'll see. Just comment above. Yeah, wait. Harold, no, please. Okay. You know what? I will put it in the num-c as a noise section. And I will do a PR to his library. Oh, that would be great, wouldn't it? Can I do multi-line comments in Zig? I don't know how to do this. I'll do this. And then a note. Okay. But you can now reuse that for this information. I'm probably renaming it for, well, it's actually SDF kind of thing, but you know, radius plus noise. Why is it doing simplex noise? So the position multiplied by 0.1 plus, and then position 1, and then multiply all that by 5. The controls frequency, bigger, smoother bumps. 5 controls amplitude, height of the bumps. Ah. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So then it's like more like Perlin noise also. Simplex 3. And then we can do position 0 multiplied by 0.1. Position. Could probably do all of these at one go, but I could also just scale it first and then do this, but it's okay. 0.1, and once we got that, we'll multiply that by 5 as well. And shall we see how bad it actually goes? Because this one returns distance. Okay, this is actually unnecessary. Harold would also kill me for this. Plus noise. It's not a plus. This is a plus. All right. Okay, it doesn't compare. Good. Incompatible types, use size and type. Yeah, line 283. These ones. So this one is a use size. What's the incompatible U8 I1? Is it the 12 here that is problematic? No, it's the I. Oh no. Oh, for fuck's sake. Hello, Toby. Welcome to the stream. Isn't simplex noise just Perlin noise but faster? It's Perlin noise, but it also works in higher dimensions apparently. So yeah, let's see. And then that one is, wait, use as an I32. Yes, but it's high. Perlin noise, but it's high. Yes, that's it. But this will give me a U8, so, and it's an array, so I probably would prefer to use size whenever possible. So these ones is the ones that should actually int cast to use size. But they can they take negative values as well? Where are their eyes? Oh, okay, we'll do an at. Int cast. Probably have to do a at as, yeah. Use size, comma, that, and then we need to add a fire. And then we have the same thing, use size and I32. Wait, which one is that? This one is a U size. This one is an int. Okie dokie. We'll take it from here. Take these, like that, and we'll go in. Wait, place it there, and then parentheses there. Say that and that. It's beautiful. That line became just 2 times longer. U size and int, same problem. Different story. And we can paste it. Oh shit, we can't because I didn't take it. Oh shit, oh shit. Okay. Oh no, now it's gonna jump over to there. How can I just go one line down with the multi-line select? I think I can't. No. But I can do this. Oh. Like that, and I forgot to turn on the music. Sorry guys, I completely am not thinking. Okay, and I will paste that there, and this, and save that, and Lucas just making this code worse and worse. Hey, it needs to run. Let's see how horrendous the planet looks now with that. The collision won't be the same on server and client. It's taking a whole lot longer. Now, that's what I call fire. But Lucas, how does your UI handle different window sizes? Depending on how you create stuff. Like I have things that scales based on width and based on some things are just fixed sizes. So for example, that health bar there will just, you know. Yeah. That's funny. I wonder. Why? What an awesome game. Thank you. The half of the planet is gone. Simple noise plus. If it's less than. It should. But is this? Don't know how this happened. Okay, let's not multiply this. Let's put this to 5. And let's make the planet a bit smaller also, so we don't get so much load time. I don't know why it's loading like crazy. I was tell it to be 80. I'm gonna tell it to be a size of 50. Yeah, that should hot reload that. It did. So now if I just start a new planet. It's really hard to know. How about you make your code optimized instead of making planets smaller? Nah. We optimize it once we know that it works. If I have something that doesn't work, then I shouldn't optimize it, because then I'm just making it not work faster. Nothing works in your code, Sebastian. I don't know. I think I have networking, got animations. I don't know what you're on about. Let me see. But it should return true if this distance from planet is smaller than the radius plus noise. And it returns on F32. And then where do we have the return value on this? It returns 32 times. Returns -1 to 1. So I don't get to 32. Okay, that's actually pretty huge. That's because my planet is not... Oh, wait, but then I don't want... Wait, hold on. Wait. That's, the only working thing in your code is like probably the fact that it compiles sometimes. It compiles every time. What are you at? I have improved exam improvement exam tomorrow. Should I study? Please motivate me. Improvement exam. What's an improvement exam? But if it returns -32 or 32, yeah, it could return something that's negative value, and that's not that good. But it should still return a pretty value, pretty. What if we make it absolute? Is there an abs? There is an abs. That's crazy. So now everything should just be rendered. But it's not. Interesting. Okay, that's okay. Because if I add more, then that should just increase the odds of it being there. Okay, let's see, get reference here. We'll go to here, and here I append the vertices. Indices. This is an exam to improve the mark that I already wrote. What is that you're gonna be studying? What is the thing that you want to improve? And why? Okay, wait, but this... But yeah, this is not the same right now. I just realized. Lucas, do you count your calories and stuff? I used to. I don't do it anymore. I used to count everything that I to the point, like 1 decimal precision. And then I used to even count how much water I drank. But at some point, I just was. I actually ended up on the hospital because the amount of food I ate and how I also, well, I did, to be fair, combine it with alcohol, but it was the crazy amount. I ate like 6,000 calories a day. It wasn't good. If I didn't feel like puking, I had to eat more. And after, well, that hospital ride, I was just like, I'm not doing this anymore. Fuck. I didn't even gain weight. It was so bad. I did it for 3 months, like a whole summer. English because my brother told me to. I mean, sure. I think it's more important that if you feel like you need it or should, because if you don't feel the same, I think you should spend that time doing something else that you think is better to improve. I'm not saying it's bad to do English. I think it's really good to do English and being good at speaking and writing English, of course. But if you don't have that connection to do it yourself for any reason at all, like then it's just why? You can still become good at something else that you would like to be good at. English, like communication is like the best tool you can have to communicate your ideas and talk with people. Really good. But if you're just good at something else, you can learn to communicate through that also, I feel. But it's a bit harder. I just feel like it's necessary because you can easily feel that. I didn't feel it. Even if you want to be like ultra buff. What's up, pig? I think like if you really want to just dedicate yourself to gaining weights, of course you need to count. Then you need to count. But if you just want to feel good, I guess, then you don't need like you. I don't count anything anymore. I just make sure to I do have like in the back of my head because I used to look at every single macro on things that I kind of know a vague idea how many macros I need of fats, carbs and wait, fat, carbs. What is the third one? I actually lost it. Protein. Ha! The most important one, am I right? And then vitamins and these things. So I just like it doesn't matter what you eat, if you eat sweets or good or bad food. The only thing that matters are the macros. Like if it doesn't matter if you eat a let's say healthy meal like a salad, something as it is, or if you condense it down to you just put it in a mixture and then you drink it. Like it doesn't matter. Or if you took it as a pill. If the macros are the same, it doesn't matter. You just need to take that. Like that's all that matters. So that's how I kind of see food. It's like if I get the macros, it's good enough. Doesn't matter if it's unhealthy food or healthy food. The macros is that counts. Do you think I'm annoying by asking these kinds of things? No. Don't worry. You can ask that also. Somebody else might answer, and it makes well, sometimes I do find it annoying when we talk about things that are not relevant to the stream, but at the same time it also makes you think about and reflect on your own kind of thinking, you know. Okay, but here's the problem that we have right now is that I'm checking here if something is solid, and if it is, I do append it, but I append the centroid of the thing, not the not the actual position that I would like to use. That's the thing. Because I'm creating the position based on the centroid, not the calculation of is solid. Which is still interesting that it actually cuts off. I can't see why it cut off, because I feel like if it's solid, if I were to remove, if I were to do this, we can comment this out real quick. Radius. So if something is smaller than radius, all right, then it should be a solid and it should be added to render. I'm gonna restart a new planet here. Pressing K. And you can see we got a new planet and everything is here. Now, if I get an absolute value, then more things should just be considered to be drawn, right? If I do +1, that should just add. Wait, what the fuck? Why did I get 2 of them? And yeah, let's get the new planet with that. So that's just a new planet with more of the same shit. And if I do let's do +10. That's quite dramatic. It's quite a lot. Huh. So actually adding more makes it worse. That's interesting. I guess because these points are now so are they actually like angled as well? Wait, hold on. They are angled. So it's just my drawing of it that becomes incorrect. Let me quickly start the render though. Well, this one has nothing. This one is just empty. It's like there's no planet at all. You know, fuck that planet. Let me start a new one and see. No, this one isn't getting any planets. No one of them are getting a planet. Interesting. What? Did it just maybe not apply with the one? That's hilarious. What the fuck? Let me do one more time. There. Okay, so this is actually with +1. I don't know, the 10 was delayed there for some funny reason. But yeah, interesting. Okay, let me see if I do a snapshot on this. Take this and we'll load it. Let's see. Let's go and view this thing. So usually it's the first thing that gets drawn that is the planet because it is the first thing that is in the list. Let's see. This time it's not. Okay, let's see. Maybe it's this thing. Okay, this is the planet. 75,000. So weird still though. Do you feel like you're alone streaming or something? I mean, like nobody watching this, even I don't. Is it? No, yeah, I'm pretty much. Well, I do have people who join in on the Discord, people who talk about it, and it's in general just gives more. Sometimes somebody cool joins in and talks about different way to implement things. I feel like it just exposes my thinking a little bit more to other people. Okay, let's see. We actually got more of those nan. And alone is not necessarily bad. I think I kind of enjoy being alone a lot of times, but streaming has, well, I have gotten in connection with so many great people through streaming, so I love doing it more. Okay, there's a lot of nan. So I guess, wait, when can you get a nan on a vertex? I think the addition here is incorrect, isn't it? Let me see. When can I get a nan, not a number, on my vertex from the SDF logic? Because I do have them here, but they are just nan. But I don't remember or know why you can get, because shouldn't it always be a value? Just some garbage value, but this says nan. So that has to be like some quite clear problem. Let's see, it's still, okay. Where's the teleporter anyway? I don't see it. Then it didn't get, oh, it's up there. There it is. That's crazy. I disagree. That's your nan factory. The real one count is 0 centroid nan. Okay, so it's all threshold the surface at radius +1 the line, but the edge crossing test inside the loop threshold at radius. They're different SDFs, so a cell can be flagged as boundary cell by the checksum, which uses solid, yet the edge loop finds 0 sign, changes count, stays 0. So infinite, yeah, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Every vertex from this cell. There's a whole 1 unit shell where the two functions disagree. So this fires the for real, not just a corner case. Fixed use 1 SDF everywhere, same threshold in solid and in D1, D2. Secondary normalized position at line 117 of 0 is normalized of 0, is nan. It hits you if the centroid lands exactly on the origin, or if a nan from the bug above propagates in. Minor at line 56, nan only if D1 and D2, but the D1 branch makes that practically impossible. Ignore unless you hit the exact equal floats. Unified SDF and the NaN goes away. Want me to make isolate an edge test share one function? Should I just rename it to SDF then instead? So but am I mistaken? Is this what they're talking about, or is it? It's this one. But I'm returning. I should maybe return the. Would be smarter, probably. I would return the value here, then ask for that. Yeah, I think I will do that. I will change it to be F32. And then we will just return minus here. And that should be problematic, but it's not telling me shit anywhere. Fucking Christ. But I do know it's problematic. Let's see, go to reference on these ones. And then in here, if SDF, and then what do we want? Maybe I can talk about myself and we can be friends, I think. Yeah, like, you can also join the Discord. Like, we got, if you like programming and such, just join the Discord. We got lots of people there. You're welcome to join and share projects and whatever you do. Like, we enjoy these kind of things. Lots of smart people. You see, anything that actually works in this program is made by smart people. But what do I want to care here? If it's less than, isn't it? 0. That's I think is what I care about here. Let's first of all just make it work normally so I don't mess that up. So if that's less than, and then if we can take these ones, corners. Yeah, okay. I'll do that. And I think that should be it. Let's see if I do. I'm gonna close the client for this because I want to make sure that it actually builds and runs. It does. Good. And that should give me the normal planet that we used to have. Yes, it does. So now, if we go in here, we can change this to SDF. And then we can just provide the position, which is corner edge. And then the radius. And then, wait. Yeah, okay, my bad. It's not that crazy. Fuck. That, and then we'll go in here and paste that, and we'll change this one to be a 0. Okay, that should pretty much be it now. If I do a new planet, yeah, everything is the same. But if I were now to go into the SDF and I would add a +1. Don't know if it changed anything. Let's see if you do this now. And let's run it through this one. well, the planets looks the same. And I think those, well, maybe it's just the centroids that are still wrong. Let me take a look. I'm not a pro, but I'm going to study AI and machine learning, but the programming is always there, right? Yeah, we always talk about programming. AI and machine learning, I think you probably will be doing more Python. We are not necessarily that big on Python, but yeah. I mean, neural networks, if you do anything like that, cool projects still nonetheless. Machine learning is still pretty cool. Yeah. Or are you gonna do something even like going with C, C++, Zig for like creating your own machine learning or using CUDA or something like that? That's pretty cool. Let's see, centroids. Here we got them. I think we could probably, let's see, scale some. But why did the... I'm still not quite sure. What did this should have made the change that I needed? I'm pretty sure. Oh, wait a minute. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, we need to... Let's do this. Nah, it still looks the same. Fuck. Did I not fix? Okay, wait. Because I do this. I get the actual D here with the SDF. Be alright. Then it moves on. It adds it. The sum, the count, and you get the centroid. You put it in the map, and then here we make vertex based on the thing that we get back from the map, the centroid. So I feel like that should be alright. But it's not. Fuck. Oh yeah, we're leaking a bunch of memory. It's okay. I actually missed something. I need to ask it if I did miss something because this, I feel like I did it correctly. Why is that all my messages are not reaching you? If you're trying to message me on Discord, I don't know. It recently started happening. I don't know if that's, or is it still on YouTube? Because some people can't send me messages in Discord for some reason. I don't know. I think I have it pretty well open that anyone can just send, but maybe I should look into it also. But unification is right. One SDF called the same way everywhere so that kills the none bug. But if itself is broken, return distance, radius, noise returns not. What? It does return the F32. About my Instagram. I don't use my Instagram account, so probably shouldn't try to DM me there anymore. It's quite dead. I should probably remove it so nobody could make that mistake. From this noise returns will not. Okay, it's outdated. It does return. The SDF does return a F32. Please update the file. Let's see what else does it now. Inside the interpolates correctly on real skip nothing one residual non-risk. No. Oh wait, is it because I mean read the file. Fucking hell. Line 126, this thing. turn distance. The noise makes the comparison bool regarding. Oh, is that true? Evaluates. No, what? No, wait, that's the case. Well, I guess. Okay, that's true. Oh shit! Wait, fuck. It is like this. I want it. Yeah, right. I fucked it up big time. But that should be it. But then it shouldn't matter if I do a minus or plus before or after. What my jobby? Forget it. So bye. I'm going man. See ya. All right. Take care. I will look at the Instagram later. I'm not gonna do that during stream. It's a bit it's a bit of side topic. But if you send something, I will look at it later. Take care. Okay. But how is this possible? I thought this shouldn't. Well, I guess it can be. Huh. Okay. That looks like a planet. Okay. It looks like a... I don't know. Weird thing. Okay. Let's see. Then we can actually start changing this a little bit. We can change this to maybe a little bit. I don't need it to be that crazy. Let's see. Oh yeah, it does change it for both at the same time. Yeah. Still funny the teleporter spawns up there for some funny reason. But yeah, now we could actually, what we could do also here is that we could change this to become adaptable for the server as well. So, wait, did I? Ah, here. Do you ever forget? Don't you ever forget me? And my name is not Job, it's Job with a E, like in Bible, Job. Ah, the E is silence. Ah, you mean Job or Job? Let's see, do we leak memory on exit here? No, we do not. Right, because I actually moved the thing that was leaking to just be this thing. I used to have two separate arrays for this, but yeah, then I don't. It's fire. I think we could do something pretty simple. Love you, take care. All right, thank you. Love you too. See ya whenever I see you next time. Did you join the Discord also? No, you didn't. But yeah, I will look into it. The Instagram. What we'll do now is that we need to also make. We could make it actually use colors, I think. The planet. Should it be crazy? Maybe it could be crazy. Let's see, because we already got the Dijon. Let me try something. I'm gonna do. Is there a fancy way to do it? Kind of like height map, heat map, kind of sense. In that way, we could do it. A great feature of. Okay, that's crazy. Because we could take in here. Well, I didn't need to restart the thing. Well, we still got this one running. That's fire. We could also check into. I think what I could do just to make this a little bit nicer to work with is this and move this one up here. Now I'll put that one down here. Now we can go in here and can check this thing. Shaders, fragment. Should I make the planet have its own kind of like, if we were to, or Should I work on enemies first or the planet? Oh, okay. I need to decide. Let me see, planet upgrade. We did the surface nets to an extent. Maybe we should still upgrade a little bit, but it's good enough for what it's now. Textures, yes, we'll do textures. I think we could probably try to do something more like generating them as we go. We could use raw colors for it, like a heat map, I think. Or let's see. What are like options for it? I'm wondering. Options for doing the planet textures. Because we could do it also based on height, so the higher up you become like, well, I guess not maybe water yet. Then I have to think about how things swim, and we are not gonna think about how things swim. Fuck that. These planets don't have water. Even your mesh surface nets per quad full you has position normal per axis color. Oh yeah, normals. I forgot about the normals actually. These ones are, I think, pretty good approximation, but they are not like actually accurate. Let's see, normalized position. It kind of works. It just assumes that the planet will always be a perfect sphere. So this won't actually work when you have something more that goes like up. So if you had, let's see, you can see the sun goes by and it still has here that it as it was a sphere. But it should actually like become darker faster because it's like more away from the sun. And we could accomplish that with the, what's the gradient? Which could be pretty fire. Do I care about it that much? Not yet. I don't think it's bothering me too much. I'm concerned about it. Instead, we're gonna focus on making it look based on color. Latest sort of triplanar mapping recommended for the mesh. Sample textures 3x, xy, xz, x, yz. Okay. Planes. Blend by normal 2. No E is needed at all, which matters because your per quad UV can't tile a coherent texture across the blobby surface. Every quad would show the whole image. Triplanar is the standard answer for marching cubes, surfaceness, terrain. 15 lines of shaders, 1 texture bound. Okay, let's see. Normalized absolute value of the normal. What? The omega component is equal to omega x, omega y. Okay, what is, okay, where the fuck, what the fuck, this is weird. Color texture, so you would have a texture, I guess, then, and be able to do all of this. Vertex color, that's what I'm thinking more. Biome by height or slope. Well, also, I think you could also just use something more like the Minecraft texture atlas. Maybe that could also work. I think that's probably maybe what the first one suggests. Maybe. Second vertex color biome by height or slope. You're already right per vertex color. Swap the axis sign back hack for color. Mix rock, grass, smooth step, slope, or radius. Zero textures, cheap, looks decent for stylized planet combined with one tripolar albion vertex color tint. Oh yeah, you could combine them as well. Ooh. Now that would be pretty sick. Per quad atlas tiles. Your 0 to 1 UVs are built for this. Pick a tile from a texture. Okay, so now it's suggesting, well, okay, per a quad. By biomaterial ID and UV maps the tile gives you a Minecraft-ish facet look. More plumbing, need a material ID per cell. UV offset, yeah. So then you would kind of need to start identifying. Well, I guess you could. We could also just have the whole planet be one biome. Wouldn't be too crazy, but then also like kind of like, well, would be pretty cool. Rear UV unwrap, skip it. Surface nets has no clean unwrap, not worth it. Default triplanar for surface details. Vertex plus vertex color for biome. That's the combo most voxel planets render ships. Once triplanar wired into your current shader. Well, I think we need to create a new shader if we're gonna do this, because these are like pretty special for everything else cannot really use this. A new shader object. I don't think we need a whole new pipeline nor a whole new descriptor layout, but a shader would be enough. Yeah, per quad atlas tile. I still would like the third option. Yours UVs. For simplicity, I might just do number 2, just using the UVs and figure something out. And just put some color there. And then later on, when we would like to maybe do a little bit cooler stuff like Minecraft style. Yeah, because right now I don't even know the textures I would like to use. So I think color simplicity would just be the easiest. I don't really know the style. Oh. For 100%, so let's just keep it simple and go and explain more about the second, because I think that I could just get the where the vertex is from. So we have the planet, we could figure out where it is based on the height from the suspected radius. Let's say the radius is the water level, so anything below it would be considered maybe just normal ground, what, sand, water, and then you would go higher up and at some point you would reach like White Peak. But let's see what it suggests. Maybe approach to color the vertex in code, not texture, no UVs. No UVs, you already do this. Wait, what? I think you need UVs. Am I wrong? Just pick. Oh yeah, you don't need to use, you just do the color. Ha, I'm stupid. From a better signal than position sign. The signal you have per vertex position normal. On planet too cheap. Meaningful values fall off those. Height. So distance position from center is equal length position. Yeah. Bigger, higher. Lets you bend the planet ocean, sand, low, grass, mid, rock, snow, high. Slope, how much well, those normals, they are not normals to the actual, they're just normals to the position. The normals won't even work. Tilt straight up on a planet up is ratio up normal position. Compare it to the surface normal. Flatten. Wait. Up normal position. Yeah. Flatten as dot the normalized position, but that will just be the same normal. Flat ground, vertical. Flat grass, steep rock. This is what makes cliff look really. While plateaus stay green for free. putting it together, I think it misunderstands that we actually don't do. We do not do proper normals. Now you are doing dot product on the same vector, which will always be. Is it 1 when they are in, or 0? Wait, which one is it? 1 is it when it's perpendicular, -1 is when it's the other way, and then it's 0. Was it 0 when they are parallel? Parallel. We do not proper normal. We do not do. We do not do. I forgot another do. Okay, but let's see what it suggested anyways. I think it's height, flatness. How does this work? Grass, rock, snow, war, color, mix, rock, grass, flatness. Cliff, rocky, ground, grassy. Coal, mix, coal, snow, smoothness. Top white. You're right, normal is just a normalized line. The radial direction, so dot normalize is the same vector dotted with itself. Constant, oh, okay, 1, not 0. But okay, -1 is opposite, and parallel is it 0. And parallel unit vector do not 0, but either way it's constant. 0 slope information. Flatness is dead until you have real surface normals. The figure is upstream. Compute actual normals. Then both the slope, coloring, and your lighting get better 2 ways. SDF gradient. I think this is what I also read about the other one, but we're not gonna. Let's ignore normals for now. Just basic height. Oh my god. It's okay. And I think, did I have a what's it called? Surface nets. Yeah, it was in here. I found it. Can I get rid of it? Good. Somewhere here. Wait, how much did I didn't read it completely. They're talking about texturing here. Yeah, here they're talking about triplanar textures. Okay, yeah, okay. Oh wait, so they use just normal textures and then they put that in and then they blend it? Ah, that's crazy. Maybe I should read this one a little bit more. Whoa. No. I don't want you to do it. I want to read it. Keep it dead simple. Height band, radius, all thread through, blah blah blah. And renderable. And what did it try to do here? Just try to pass in to make vertex the radius as well. And then made it a block, renderable block height. And then yeah, so you would just get the height, the map. Okay, low, high, scale, and then color or RBG. Okay. What does that really mean? Like if you do a height position. Okay, we get a length, a height, and then T becomes height. You clamp it, minus radius -5, and then you clamp between, and then you still divide that with 10, and then you either have 0 or 1. Low will be 0.2, 0.5, 0.2, so high green value. I assume these are the colors, and then high will be almost white. Okay. Almost transparent. No, I don't say green. Really green, blue. Okay, so white, bluish. And then RBG scale. low, so take the lowest value. Okay, it has it flipped, I think. It's supposed to be the other one, because those, yeah, whatever. Okay. And then you scale how much of the low, and then you add. Okay. So you have reversed the, so you can use both of them. But can't that reach more than one then? No, wait, if you divide by 10. Okay. And then you get the RBG color. But why would you pass in radius to make vertex? Oh no, this is the function. Okay, stick to that was a call before. Okay. Okay, we could take that. That could work. That would be fine actually. Let's see. But I still need to create the shaders for it. So in here we would just replace this with that. And then we'll take the radius as well. I don't really mind taking in the UVs, but I think the UVs, yeah, okay. Radius. And then this one needs to get a, let's see, we'll do this, and then like radius. Is it called anywhere else? No, those are the places, good. And then, well, what we could do is that we can now generate a new planet. And then we can go to the, oh yeah, these shaders. This should already have it applied if I just change this how the shader logic works. It's a bit too white. Maybe it's because everything else is also pretty white. But it looks a bit too white. But yeah, no, we're changing that. That's it. So that means it's quickly gaining too much of the too high T. It's too quickly gaining the T. So maybe if I, is it the other, is it this way? Is that the terrain I see? Yes, it is the terrain. Still a bit too white bright. Let's maybe 50. Ah, that's more like it. Why is everything so foggy? Because I don't have a separate shaders yet for the planet. And this is just my static mesh shaders. So everything that is just static or not, no, it's both used for skeletal mesh, and so anything that is mesh uses this thing. So I need to create a separate shader for the planet to be able to do this. It will become also more complicated, the planet, I think. So we will also, but the planet would then, if I switch to use a texture atlas, like Minecraft does, then this one should still be fine for it as well. I don't need a separate shader for the planet. Hey, can I just overwrite this? I wonder, I've never done this with okay, you can do that. Crazy. You know what would be funny? Can you get a random if scene date scene data time is less than 0. This is gonna be crazy. I just thought about this, okay? It's gonna be horrendous. Else we'll do this. Well, maybe it won't be that crazy, you know, because it will just toggle. We need some more randomness for the we could do just GL position X. Is this how you do it? I'm not sure. No, that's not how you do it. It's like this. I don't think so either. I know you can get the positions, right? But I don't know if you could do it for this thing. It's okay. What do we get? We get the normals. And then we get the out. We get the in color as well. Nah. Let's not get too distracted. Let's keep it like this. Red, green, blue. Could make it a little bit more green. And then spawn a new planet. I thought that it would actually make it more green. That make it more green. The low, the high. Oh yeah, it did. It was just a bit delayed. Boom. Now we just need to add the bit, because I kind of just need to do just pure colors, but if I just change the textures I wouldn't have to create a whole separate shader for this. That's what I'm thinking is a little bit annoying now that I would have to do that now. Which, like, the only reason why I'm thinking to do it is it's really necessary, or should I just go immediate? But then I would have to get the damn textures. But that's what they talk about in this thing. Come on. You can just read this thing. But then I would have to get the damn normals. Pretty sure about I would have to need to do that. So, let's see. I think, where did I read to until? I think I got. No, I didn't read until here at least. No. This is, but this looks quite familiar. I think I read about where they gave kind of like source code to look at. Calculating this is actually quite straightforward. If you remember in multivariable vectors and all, I think I read that. So we will approximate the gradient at the surface point by looking at the same set of 8 cube corners to get the x coordinate. I think I read building mesh triangles. The final step is to write out an index buffer that defines all of the triangles in our mesh. Get yourself amped, because this is probably the most confusing part. And then I think I read this. Hopefully the picture gets my point across. Okay, wait here. Yeah, okay, this is the thing that I actually, yeah. I kind of opened this thing and then I just started to read this thing instead. Yes, that's what I did. Yeah. But this one didn't cover any of the normals. Sorry, I didn't provide any snippets. SurfNet's chunks. But our voxel map is a set of chunks. Each chunk has a separate mesh, so any time a voxel changes, then the mesh for that chunk needs to change. Rather than trying to figure out how to apply deltas to a mesh, it's quite simple to just regenerate the entire mesh anytime the chunk changes. There is an important issue to consider. Do we know that our chunk mesh will be compatible at the chunk boundaries? It turns out that if you only look at the voxels in the chunk when nesting, you will have discontinuities in your mesh. This happens because NetSurf only calculates surface points inside of the cube, and you give it. But looking at the entire set of chunks, there are cubes with corners for multiple chunks. Okay, but I'm not really doing these things, but it's still interesting. I probably will get to this point when I have a little bit larger planets, but right now that's not my main concern, because then it's just starting to test stuff when the planet gets larger. Each orange square is a chunk. The V inside are the voxels. The pink dots are the surface points, but the pink O shows where surface points are missing. Right? Thankfully, the remedy is pretty simple. When measuring a chunk, you look not only at the voxels in that chunk, but all adjacent voxels as well. This will make sure we don't miss any cubes, and the meshes will calculate identical surface points on the boundary, so they will line up seamlessly. This solution comes with a cost. Now when you update a voxel on the boundary of a chunk, it will affect the mesh of all adjacent chunks. In fact, any voxel adjacent to boundary voxel will also affect the meshes of adjacent chunks. Of the voxels between the orange and purple boundaries will induce a mesh dependency with the adjacent chunk they are close to. This is something that the voxel mapper accounts for here. Here's the picture showing what happens when you fail to account for this. Meshes incompatible on a chunk boundary. Even once I had implemented all of these fixes, there was yet another problem with the meshes that caused some ugliness. No, it's not the nasty green coloring of this mesh. I was working on material blending at the time. Set fighting of redundant quads. Hello, Anki Lusarus. How are you? What's going on here? Do you see the green quads surrounded by darker green quads? That's actually two overlapping meshes. Set fights. There are redundant quads being generated on chunk boundaries here, so one example of how this happened. To generate the same quad double line on boundary. Again, the fix for this was pretty simple. Once you thought about it for a while, you need to resolve the conflict between two chunks. You can do this by forcing the chunks to only generate quads on 3 of their boundaries. This only requires a few extra if statement boundary checks in your code. Here's what that looks like. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I guess if you... Yeah, because then you will never have the... Okay, that's actually pretty smart. A chunk only generates quads on solid lines, planes. It leaves the dotted lines, planes alone, since they will be picked up by the adjacent chunk. Now we're getting texturing. Texturing a generated mesh. So once you have your meshes, how do you make them look nice? You probably want to texture them. This requires generating UV coordinates for every vertex in the mesh. Procedurally generating UVs, also known as UV unwrapping, is actually a rather difficult problem that's expensive to implement, especially for a real-time application. I tried it and it didn't go well. Well, it almost went well. My failure at UV unwrapping. Obviously, there are well-known techniques for doing this on sphere, but we need something that works on any manifold. If you can figure out real-time UV unwrapping that looks good, you're awesome. You should write about it. But I'm not that awesome, so instead I choose to use a simpler technique called triplanar mapping. But is that the thing that... let's see. The basic idea of triplanar mapping is pretty easy to understand. You take 3 different texture samples for a single vertex and blend them together using weights determined by normal vector. Okay. That's okay, interesting. You're essentially tiling the texture across the entire world and projecting them onto the surface in the 3-axis direction. Okay, I'm not going to explain this in detail since there are already some great references on this. A somewhat terse article with simple shader code by Martin Palco. A wonderful article about triplanar mapping by Ben Golus. My own fragment shader for my voxel render pass. I pasted the relevant parts of this further down in this article. I mean, okay, I need to really consider, is this really the most important part that I need to work on right now? Well, it's either that or making a separate shader. I think a separate shader might be the way still. Let me try one thing. Let's see, normalize diffusion color, normalize direction. So I would still have to do in color. Let's multiply by diff. Oh yeah, but now it becomes quite transparent. You probably don't want that. We actually just want to multiply. Hey, I actually recently implemented my own system for marching cubes planets. I'm quite stumped on how to calculate collision. How are you doing it? For marching cubes, you should be able to just use like I'm thinking about. Shouldn't you be able to do the same way you do in Minecraft, just absolute coordinate values? For my thing, I'm not even doing my own physics. I'm using Jolt for my thing. So I have my own physics system here, but I use Jolt for all the physics calculations. And then I generate a mesh collider for the for the planet. So I get the vertices of the planet and then I just generate the mesh collider and let Jolt handle the physics. I don't touch that. Because I know it's a big thing to go on with collision detection and these kind of things. I'm not that interested in doing it right now, so yeah. Fair enough, good to know. Yeah. I'm thinking maybe in the future I would, but that's maybe when I'm like having... Or either it's really like a problem to use my own thing or use Jolt, which is not right now, or it is when I would just say when I got everything else fixed, where like that's actually the biggest problem, that I just want to use my own physics system. But right now, it's not the biggest problem. uh, let's see. I probably could change this now to be. Let me do this. I'm gonna tape it here. Type it here. I'm gonna type const shaders. Shader. I know a better idea. Let's go in here. Public const kinds is equal to enum, and then we'll put we'll have vertex static. We'll have skin vertex skin vertex. We'll have, why is that one? Okay, static vertex, and then we'll have should I put the vertex in front? Fragment vertex fragment. I will just have to fragment, and then we'll have UI. Maybe I should put the vert. We'll do this. My God. Then fragment. I will just call it fragment, and then take it down. Vert UI. Frag UI. What else? Sky. Is it vert? Vert back. Vert sky. Put it up. And then we'll have frag sky, and then now that's pretty much it. But now we'll have a planet frag. So this is like mesh frag, and then, or let's do this, frag mesh, and then frag planet. I think that will make sense. Forgot about that one. And something over there, great kind. Is it kind like this? Yeah, so we have static, vertex sky, skinned, vertex static, vertex UI, vertex sky, vertex UI, frag sky, frag mesh, and frag planet. And we'll move all of those in there instead. So we'll do this the same way. We call it shaders. And then an enum map of shader dot kind, and this will just be shaders. And then we can take away all of those, I think. And then we'll have problems down the line over here, but that's fine. We'll do the same way that we do this thing over here. Specs, you know, we'll call them specs. It's just specs for. I just create a temporary structure of specs and I just okay. I could do it the same way here. It would be clean. I think it would be. We'll take the same idea. I like it. Temporary spec struct, and then doing this, you would have to do it for all of them, and then it is would redo all of this just. Shader spec, and we'll take the same way. We'll remove first of all of these. So we'll take the path and then slightly different information. We'll take a type, so the push constant type. Constant. Push constant. We'll go type. And then the stage bit, I have it actually as just a U32, or well, I can actually just take all of these things. That, go back up. That there, and let's see, save that. Yeah, and then shader specs. We'll initialize this based on shader spec. Now it should always crazy. And then there's shader specs, that. And this will be based on shader. So now, yeah, there's no vertex. And I do not get any LSP. Ha! That's so funny. Enumerate field render kind value unit does not support. Should be the same setup as the. Oh, that should be exactly the same. Why is that not fine? Interesting. Okay, but let's try to do this then. Let's remove it. Do this. I'll go here. Dot init the values. Well, that has to be like this. There's no other way to do something else. Word. See, it's gonna tell me that this doesn't support. Let's ask it here. Because I find that should be the same thing, but it's why is that? Field structure kind shouldn't be problematic at all, but it is.
Expect structure literal keyword by enum tag one field proofs kind. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
Right. Okay. Okay, I just thought that. Okay, wait, this is it actually just that this is the problem. Okay. No LSP. It's great. Okay, but now I can type manually in that, or I can ask it, can you do it for me? Can you add the shaders? Because I already got them here, it's just retyping it all manually, and now I could just ask it to do it. I won't have to do it. And then we should have I think we could probably even do a one better thing. Maybe. Well, anyways, let's do it. Let's let that thing do that, and we will do a new fragment in the meantime. Here we will copy this one and we call it planet frag. Planet. Planet frag will literally just be this thing. And then this is the original one, but if you want, still leave it there for debugging purposes a lot of times. Unless, is there a way I could just keep them, but then I would have to do an if check or something like that, which I do not want to do. So I think this is fine. It's probably better. And we could probably start doing, I mean, the same thing for the layouts and pipelines, maybe. What is it trying to do actually, right? Because it shouldn't take that long to just copy paste that basically. And I like, if it's taking this long, I could just do it myself. Or is it something I didn't account for? Where is it reading the offset from? That doesn't exist. It's inventing new stuff that doesn't exist. Problems that does not exist. Where is it putting the offset from? There's no such thing as an offset in this thing. So drop the dead table, add the planet shader like the others. Let me see the structure field to add the handles. What are we talking about? I thought I could just do the other thing while you did this thing and you would be I think I would be faster in doing this now. Anyways, I think probably the next thing after, as soon as that one gets that thing done, which shouldn't be that hard, we will start looking into, well, two things actually. We have to change a little bit about the AI behavior now with the planet, and the planet should also be generated. Let's see. If you go to spawner, this is actually where we do generate this thing. The spawner, and we spawn the planet using the logical information keeper. You got two shader storage schemes, half migrated in Vulkan. Which way do you take it? Where in planet frag? What? Keeper name field, commit enum. No. Should probably have said it, but whatever. Let's see. We'll do planet size, we get the planet, then we have the vertices and the indices. Now, for the server side, we actually do want a slightly different thing. We do want to get the information about the actual hash map, I think, or node map. Do I ever wait? Now that's a bit, maybe it's slightly problematic because I'm storing the vertices and indices inside of the collider. Let's see. Yes. So, I mean, why would you? Why do we have to make pointers? Okay, now this one is not doing what I thought it would be doing. It's doing something different. Let me take a look here real quick. Oh wait, I do pointers there, so does it not clear? Okay. It's okay. It's okay. We can do that. But then I assume I do init free these things when I'm done. Spawn, despawn, and then in the update I do despawn. We'll despawn the entity. And where do I free the actual vertices and indices of this thing? Because I should have to do it somewhere. Has collider to destroy body is remove. But where do I do the actual? Or is it in the spawning once I'm done with it? Doesn't seem like I do it. Let's see, vertices. Yeah, so now it's, wait, okay, this one is now removing that and putting them all in here. Shaders. Path. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, let's go with that. Where do I actually have no idea, because I should read somewhere where it's, let me check in system book, because there I have this actual entity. And the entity just have an init that would free this thing, and I call it here when I despawn. Okay. Well, I mean, I should probably not store, but that's a bit. I do need to get the information about that then to figure out where they are at. Yes. Oh, it's also removing the AD inits. Yeah, that's good. Oh, it's also updating the actual render to use the right UI handle. Or UI handle, the fragment shader handle and vertex handle. To get the, well, yeah. Wait, is there a way to make it? Because they should never be optionally asked. To just get rid of those. That's actually pretty good refactoring here. Let's see, does it do the right thing? Shader get vertex static, yes, and fragment entity kind, bind fragment shader, bind vertex shader. Oh, okay, that it, okay. We could probably make it, yeah, okay. It's a bit of unnecessary if, but I guess it's also kind of necessary. But you can store the ID of the planet. But it's really good. Like it added the bind fragment. Yeah, I only used to have the vertex because I never needed to change the fragment. This is the first time I need to change the fragment. Well, except for the UI, but let's see. Server is still running. Yeah. Fire. Uh-oh, I lost the internet connection. I don't know, sometimes I just... Oh, wait, no. What? Okay, that's weird. And I get no error messages or anything. Why it does it sometimes? Maybe I'm just packing too many packages. Who knows? And let's see, I think this should also take into account if I start... I don't think it did. Let me fix that real quick. Planet frag. No, I do. It just doesn't look that strong. Let me see if I do a like 3. Ah, okay, just didn't save. That's actually, it looks pretty cool. I think the red is almost better. I actually like the red a lot more. Or like it becomes like more brownish. Maybe I looked too long on something green, so that's why it looks weird. Yeah. Let's continue to do it like this. We'll do it like this still. Don't know why it's not recognizing this, that I have to do a build separately, but whatever. Let's go to Vulkan real quick. And what we can do is I'm not gonna just do this and I'm gonna open it. And just Just make sure. We are then gonna go to wait, where do I wanna go? I wanna go to, it's not in here actually, it's in here. Let's go in here. And then here, low, high. I think we'll change this one to be like 9. And we'll take this one to 4. And then we could start a new planet like this. Okay, it's taking two. I'm pressing K instead. Okay, now it's orange. Maybe I don't like that. Oh, but high. Okay, wait. Let me take this even down further. And a new planet. New one. Why is it not updating it? Run out of field. Okay, that's too red. Too red. But is it because I usually have like a little bit more green, so maybe 2.5? I don't know, the red looked so freaking cool in the shaders, man. Not that shader, this shader. To go with this thing. I liked it when it was this. Hello, one true blue. This looks so freaking cool. I like this one a lot more, but how do I need to get that color by default. Okay, we can ignore the gray color for now, so it's red. And let's try to get it to be... Let's see, because I think I should just increase... What if I just set it to be 100%? 1. What if I did that, right? Let's spawn a new planet. One more. Well, that's like yellow, which is not too crazy. Or Sigma, yes. That's the game's name. Could reduce then. Well, it can also be just the highs that makes it. Let's take it down to 5, and we'll take these ones also down to like 7. Well, actually, this one we can keep still at pretty high. 1. And then red, green, blue. Let's take that one also down to 0.76. Okay. Spawn a new planet. New planet. That looks more like something where you would be finding, but it's still a bit too orange. 3, 5, 5. But now it's like too red. It's not brown anymore. Let's take this up to 6, 7, 3.5. I'm doing the complete wrong thing. But I'm stuck at making these changes. Respawn the planet. That's okay. It's good enough. Somebody else can tweak those values. I don't want to tweak them. Fuck that. Scene data, global light. No, not global light direction. Global or light color. What I call it, light color. So how red does it become now? Hope it, oh, we got a problem somewhere. Oh, right. X, Y, Z. Yeah, okay, good. So now if I start the boss. Yeah, that's okay. Why is it stuck up there? Come back. Yeah, that will do, that will do. That's fine, that's fine. Now, that actually looks a lot more pleasant to walk on and look on. I'm just saying. Now, where were we with the... Yeah, okay. Let's go into here real quick. I know it's on the Google page, but let's see. So now this should have... Could still do this for the same thing for the layouts of the pipelines and the scripture layouts. But I don't think we have sufficient amount of those, so I will keep them there. The images and material should also be moved to the resource render resources. Probably same with font, maybe. But we'll let it be there for now. La 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 la. Still got the whole skybox initialization here in the main of the renderer, which is quite funny. Yeah, it works. Who cares? All right, let's see. What was I reading on? I was trying to figure out. Oh yeah, the thing that I decided not to maybe do then. Yeah, that's right. So what we'll actually do is now add this and we'll commit it. Call it planet 2.0 done with colors. And we'll push that. And then what we'll do now is that we need to make the server to use also this information now. And we can do that. We can do that. We need to know, we need to store information such as, what do we need? Let's first maybe just generate the mesh, right? We shouldn't, maybe let's not even care about the AI navigation on it yet. Let's just get here we've got planet 2. We can remove the well, it's quite like a note for myself, so let's change this just to a comment. I think it's when we get, well, actually it will have to be done in here already. Let's put it down here. Like so, and then we'll get rid of the panic over there, and then make vertex logical planet, build nav mesh nodes from node map, reuse the cell neighbor, don't like renderable. Yeah, because the render do a bit differently. They just do make vertex for all of these, and that's a bit bad. We don't want that. Or do we? Wait. No, wait. We would just want to reuse the ID index. We don't wanna. We don't. That was the thing what I was thinking about, because that's how I used to do it before. But now we don't do this anymore. We changed it to this. We could reuse the UVs for the client or the renderer. But I would like to now do it slightly differently, which is, well, we still would have to do all of these things, yes, but appending vertices, if the vertex already exists, we don't want to append it, we kind of want to reuse it, but then we need to know the index of that vertex that we're using, which wouldn't... Then I would have to keep a map of that, which I just don't... Well, I guess I have this thing, auto node map. Yeah, no, wait, I will just use this thing raw. Isn't that it? I will just go, it exists, this thing, use that thing, and then... But yeah, the question is, damn, it's still about the damn index. Well, I could just make an array of the vertices. And then what would I do? I need to know which vertex is what index. So, yeah. I'm thinking probably like a hash map where you map the like the index position, because they are still like cubes, to the ID or the index. So you could always just ask when you do this, like which index ID do you want to append? And then, or let's take a look in here. In the spawner, we spawn create body, and then we provide the vertices. And the indices, yeah. So we could pass. We need to pass both of them, or we could do it slightly differently, where we would check. No, because I need to know both the array of vertices and the array of indices, right? And then I have different positions here. Okay, wait, let me think. Yeah, okay, wait, I do got this, because I do have this where I want to get which one I do want to use. But I need to know where does they map, because I got this is the vertices array. I know I want this one, I want that one, this one, and that one. Now I need to ask, how do I figure out the actual ID? So I would have to have a array of all of the vertices, which is this. And now I need to ask, how do I know which ID this one is and which ID that one is, or index? And that could either be by appending them to the actual vertices array, and at the same time appending that. What could I not just do? Because this was easier when I have the duplicate, because I can have different UVs for the vertex position, so that's why I had to do duplicates. But now I don't want to do duplicates. Now I just want to make the... Do I want to make duplicates? Because if I want to do duplicate... No, Collider shouldn't require duplicates. Would it? No, that was stupid. But I'm thinking for the navigation, do I need duplicates? Maybe. Okay, now working on the server side. Unless it for the navigation. Navigation plus. think we don't really need to care about the navigation though, but or yet at least. Got to save that, but you actually do position. Oh yeah, because the normals then share like this. Ah, right, I forgot. Hmm. Very cool. Here the split for the server planet. Collider single shared position only vertex, yes. The mesh collider response Zig only consumes vertices indices, response positions, triangle, no normals, no UV, no color, so logical position is all you need, and unlike the renderable you should share vertex. One vertex per cell centroid index. The renderable one unshares. For quad only gives you each quad its own UV. Memory unshared vertex full UV per quad. Irrelevant server size share smaller collider, fewer vertices, and the shared indexing is the cell connectivity. Navigation does not fatten the vertex. The nav mesh doesn't want a richer vertex, it wants the cell graph node map. Cell plus neighbors. The adjacency falls out of the same quad. Adjacency falls out of the same quad path you already run. Every quad links 4 cell. It's a separate structure read by flow field, not a not a vertex attribute. So navigation never pushes you past. Logical produces 2 things from one surface that's passed. Shared vertex, yeah, retain node map neighbor links nav mesh. One catch, the current logical path panic, yeah, it used to don't generate triangles like nav, but what I want to know is kind of like to do it, but what I want to know is the indexing. Need to create a new index mapping array, or do I already have that somewhere? I don't see it because I could push it immediately, but then how do I access it back when I need it? But that's what I'm thinking. I need another hash map for that. I can't really use this here. No new. What? Already is your index mapping. How is that possible? So insert order is stable and each cell has done position. Node of cell returns the position which you use directly as the. But how do I know the index? Traverses append centroid vertex I now corresponds to mapping keys. Oh. In the quad loop, swap get centroid for get index. That's the whole difference. The renderable depends on 4 vertices per quad. vertices len, so it can stamp per quad UV logical reused. I really? Oh no, it's Harold. How dare you join? Hello? I can't hear you now. That's crazy, bro. Well, it's gonna be the same problem either way. Hello, Geo guys. It's going alright. I'm moving on to doing more of the server side now. Logic, which I'm learning more about the hash map that you can apparently use it a bit more or better than I thought that you could. Didn't know you could do this with the hash map. That's pretty good. Oh, you're asking
What do you want to do with
twice
hash map?
that you could get the index apparently of a thing when it's an array hash map. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Oh, the amount of indentation here. Oof. It's okay. We'll do that, and then we'll have the logical here. But how are you, Geo, guys? Tell us how you are. Actually, this is just gonna be me typing it out if I wait, hold on, let me see. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna do that, then we're gonna put this thing over there, we're gonna save that real quick, and yeah. So it works slightly differently, but then we're gonna append. Right, but this one does it slightly differently depending on. Oh shit, yeah, we cannot do it like this. I just realized. Shit. We'll take it. We'll remove that. So if kind is equal to dot logical, like this. Boom. And then we can return early there. This is about a bit unreadable actually. I just realized, but that's okay. Sig looks pretty understandable, to be honest. I think after a while, like in the beginning it looks freaking confusing as hell. But after a while you kind of get to a point where you're like, this actually makes sense. I'm fine as usually gonna be going to Masters to my new university tomorrow. Yo, 2 flights will be tiring. Oh shit, you for real? Damn, bro. You get a shared experience with us how it is, you know? What are you working on? So right now we got the planet, right, with its own kind of like, it has this different form now, so we can make it a little bit you know, different. But you can see the collider is not representing the same So we're working on trying to get that to the server so the server can do the same collision detection so that they look all right, you know? I should probably make it face the way that you are looking and not the... That's funny. That's okay. But yeah, we want the collision to be the same for the client or on the server as it looks to be on the client. So the client doesn't seem to be walking into the ground because that's not good. We don't want that. That's bad. Now, what I do want to do is, if it's logical, let's rename this to underscore this. I know it's not good, but it's okay. And then we'll do yank that. We'll paste that. And then what we'll do is vertices dot append GPA, and then the item that we'll append will be the cell cell only has, so I have to do, is it like this? I think it will have to be cell and then cell 2 and then 1, like so. And then we'll try to get cell unclear right. We can actually do, oh my god, I'm done. I've done this, but it's okay. It's okay, it's okay. No, it's not okay. Maybe it's not okay. But I would have to, yeah, because now I would have to redo that. Okay, we're putting it back to the switch. Because otherwise I will have to redo this and that's just dumb. I'd rather prefer the indentation. And then here we will do an error, nothing else. Logical. But now we'll do it on every single loop. I will have to do this, which is also a bit dumb. Because it's not like the kind is gonna change mid-loop. If it did, that would be fucked. So maybe it's not also quite ideal. It's okay. It's okay. It's worth it. Like so. This will require a... Maybe it won't require a complete... I think we can even hot reload this on the server. I think it will work. Let's see. So we used to do... Where we spawn, spawner, start stage. I used to do this, now we're gonna do planet 2. Let's see what happens. How bad does this go? I'm just gonna see a Zig build that does it compile. No, it doesn't. Okay, so we don't really get this. Type const does not support array initialization. Actually would like, well, centroid value. Oh shit, because these are the keys. Shit. Maybe it won't work. I cannot smush them together like that. No, I cannot. Fence slice. Well, I could get the key, the value. Yeah, I could do this. Const. That would be the same thing. We'll do this. Yeah, fix that. Centroid. I will call it centroid. And we'll get it based on the cell, and then we can do the centroid. Centroid, like so. And that should be fine. Type const does not support terrain. What the fuck is now it on about? Pen slice. GPA allocator items. Right, I forgot that I need to do this thing. No, isn't that? Expected F30 found F30. But these ones are stored as a vec3, so I kind of need to do this, otherwise this will break. Oh wait, let's not do that. Let's do resist append that. That's what I want to do. Oops, calling the wrong function. Oops, I closed the wrong thing. Start it again. Oh, now it won't start, won't it? Oh, it did. Good. Okay, so the planet still is wrong. Yeah. And then that should be fine. And that's build. No, it does not. Let me take a look. And then we don't want that thing anymore. Now it's problem because error union ignored. Actually, I could just append assume capacity and just do a. Okay, that it built. Because I know the size of it. Okay, so this should now use the new version. Let's see if it crashes and dies or what happens. Well, yeah, because the collider is actually a little bit larger. So yeah, there the terrain is hot reloaded. Fire. I have no idea how big the colliders actually are. It's quite annoying. It looks like the boss collider is a bit too small. The enemies doesn't even have collider size. Should probably like add something to. I don't even have enough damage for doing damage. Now we could even start seeding it a little bit. We could even do the colors with that. Holy shit. Oh my god, that would be crazy. Nah, let's get the enemies first. Starts feeling like a stylized game world. Nice job, bro. Thank you, Yuli. Yeah, it's coming together. I think I'm. Yeah, it's. Oh yeah, it's all coming together now. No, but we got a few. I think kind of like it's the internet is like maybe the number one thing I should fix is the interpolation, because this is like it's a bit annoying to see this, and it's really hard to like debug sometimes because I do not like have like the. I would have to send the collider information over the internet if I wanted to see this information right now, how it looks like. Mm. But yeah, we can do this, and we can go to doing that, doing this, and then what we can do now should be random size every time. This is bigger now. That's fun, but this one, oh, uh-oh, it crashed. Why did it crash? Small problems. Let's reconnect the C. Did it refresh? Oh no, there it is. Was it just so big or something? Like, I don't get it. New planet? No, it okay, it crashes at some point, so it's kind of like I do not really get it though. Why? Can I run the service with GDB? Run. Did I say fun or run? Yes. Let's see. Refresh. Connect. Wait, did I? Let me redo that. I forgot that if you do connect like that, you will have the old information still on your client side. So yeah, it won't really be that good. Let's see, I will start. Oh, okay, we got something. Index, let's see, backtrace. We went to, what did we do? We wanted to do a, oh, it's a physics that is problematic. Okay, I thought it was my own code, but it's a physics. God damn it. Int vertex size, int num vertices. No such file directory. Can't read data for section iframe. In number vertices. Indices, int vertex size. It should be 16. Should not. Reopening, none, that's fine. assert index is less than m size. I think it's something to do with the indices not matching the vertices array. Maybe. Could it be? I think it would be. But I'm not quite sure based on this. Let's ask that. Think about that also at the same time. Because start spawn, it just went, this is just creating the body for the planet. And then indices are fine. Vertices, I'm thinking this is not, well, actually I should have less than the actual. Does this also happen if I have a constant size? Because if it does, then that's even more interesting. Well, actually it generated me an answer now, but what does it say? Found it in the logical branch. You append one vertex per quad line, but index with get index cell, which is the cell position in your full node map. Two different numbering schemes. Vertices ends up with num quads entries 7,566. Getting returns 0 node len map -1, which exceeds. So index hits 7 jolt OOB. Vertices must be emitted once from node map before the quad loop. Okay, so we would have to do twice, but we would do this append for all of them. Right. But why would we need to do that? I'm not quite certain that's necessary, but because I don't think. Okay. And then we go logical here because I still ask the same node map. Those indices should still be same. That should be irrelevant. Even if I did this first, because I'm not accessing those. Those still exist. The vertices and indices are different. So that doesn't add up at all. I would understand if it was from here I accessed some vertices position, but now that doesn't make sense. So now emitted once node up front. Does not make sense. We append them separately either way. They're not the same. The difference is how many you append and in what order, and whether that makes get index return. But that should we still append them either way. What? Return. Get index cell returns the cell slot in map a number in 0 to for index buffer to valid. Vertices that slot must be the vertex for that cell. But that should happen either way. Because I did it at the top here. I went through every single one of them. And I just appended it before I did any of these or else checks. So that shouldn't be a problem. Now it's just the same thing, but it just does it after or before. For an index buffer to be valid, the vertices must be vertex for that cell. So the vertices must be exactly node map in node. Yes, original per quad append. Oh wait, but that should still be the same. Once per quad, a slot in node map. First ends up number of quads. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, yeah, true. But still. But that's still what I do. Hmm. Am I now running... Okay, plant size 50. Yeah, I do not have enough damage. Need to get some more. I actually don't need to defeat the boss even. I could just... Yeah, I don't have enough. I could just press K for a new planet. Okay, it did work. And it's always 50. Is it actually different? Nah, the planet is still the same. It just happened to land on a different location. Interesting. But if I do it randomly now instead. Let's see. I will press K. I pressed K twice there. I think I might lose internet connection. Oh no, there it is. And that's got quite a big planet. How big? 84. Hmm. How big is this planet? I press K and it's still like sending, and now the client will be loading its information. 98, Jesus. Okay, that's a big planet. Yeah, the max number I have is 100, but still, Jesus. It looks alright. Should probably put it on a separate thread or something, I don't know. Could also put a multi-thread, but it takes a while to generate these planets. Probably could be optimized a hell of a lot, but yeah. I think the collider is so small for the boss. It's not even funny. Yes.
Yo, what's up?
Yo, what's up, T-Chef?
So,
Is Harold here as well? Yo, what?
yeah,
I can't even reach the little shit. It's like, it's walking away from me. I'm too close. I probably shouldn't even spawn this small of a planet. Alright, damn, that's crazy. Okay. That's good enough for me for the planet upgrade. Enemy upgrade. Flow field and navigation. We actually need it still. I think they're doing fine with what they got. We actually got the information we need for that. I kind of would like to do it, but
Yo, what? The planet looks sick.
yeah.
Yeah, actually, what? It doesn't look like shit.
It's there is actually the one that I started reading this thing. Oh wait, this one. They talk about doing some kind of like blending between textures that you could do for the text instead of doing just pure colors that I'm doing. These kind of things. You see, you have different textures and they can walk into each other.
Mm.
But I'm thinking like that's not my biggest priority right now.
Why is the planet so small? And actually, it's fun.
Yeah, unless if you weren't so fast that you started to walk out of it. I need to tweak some of the
Yo,
physics.
whoa, what is that sun effects?
It's actually quite
Yeah.
interesting. Like I didn't know about this.
How do you do it?
I talked. What the fuck is Harold on about? Jesus.
I ain't doing anything, bro.
As a cheesecake.
Or just getting flamed for sound.
Yeah, but it's usually Harold, you know. You know, I do a normal skybox, like completely not the one that you do, the HDR, but completely normal, the one with this thing. You know?
Mm.
And then I also do
And then, yeah.
in here. There is this thing you can do, which you pass also one triangle, right? And from this you generate all of the normalized device coordinates, the NDCs for it, so that when you have the view, this is like your screen, right? You generate a triangle. Well, it's not. Okay, it will be something like this, right? So you can fit the whole triangle inside here.
The whole screen inside here.
Yeah. And when you get to the fragment shader, this AI told me this thing. I was like, what? You can do that? Nah, that's crazy. You need the inverse projection view. So normally what you would do
to have
is...
a model.
Sorry?
To have a model perspective, model position.
No. You do not have a model position for this, because the thing is that...
No, you get it now.
Yeah, you get... Yeah, because normally you have like, you know, you have them somewhere and then this thing puts it in front of the camera. But now you're kind of like doing the opposite, where you're just like taking it out, like you're trying to find like where it would project, right? Well, yeah. But that's not. This is the thing here, which is the interesting part, because you can get here the for me it's already normalized the light, so it's kind of funny. But just in case, you know, someday I decide not to make it normalized anymore. That wouldn't hurt. But this is based on each fragment, right? So you have the light direction where it comes from, and then you get like this kind of like dot product, like how much does that this fragment that you're drawing, like let's say it comes right there, you know, there it went past. Let me do I think I fucked up my cursor. That's great. I'm trying to get one scene where there's there it is. So you see the fragments, so you can see when it comes past, it gets like these highlighted colors basically. So if you do the dot product, which the 1 pixel, well, it's kind of pixel fragment, you know, if it's inverse projection, like it goes out in the same direction as the light, you can do this thing, this glow. Right, so you can put the color here. I can also change it so you can also see. Let's say if I were to take this down to 0 and 0, I update that, it will become red. You see?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And with this, so you get this kind of glow. How much it gets affected by how much it's in the same direction as the light, and then same for this one. You know, there's one is glow and the other one is the disc, and then you just basically add this to your base color of the skybox, and it will only apply to the things that actually are aligned with the light, right? And all you need to do is just do this. It actually has a name also, but it's because you don't even need to send an index buffer. You just send 3 indices that you will draw, and then you use that to generate that simple light.
That's fire.
It is pretty fire. But I didn't know about it. I was like just chatting like, what kind of skyboxes could I do? And it's like, there's this thing called the procedural light or something. I was like, what the fuck is that? And they started to explain to me. I was like, what? And this is actually from a guy, I don't know, it's actually a well-known kind of like thing to just generate the simple normalized device coordinates, the NDCs, right? It's a quite known thing to, I don't remember the guy's name, but he did also mention it. But yeah. Because you get like, is it 0, 0, and then you get based on the index. So you get, if you get 0, 0, all of this will be 0, 0, then you get 1, next 1, and then this will shift to 2, and then and it with 1, so with 2, so you will have 2, and then this one will be 0, and then you get 0, 2 for the next one. It's crazy. And then you just, well, yeah, simple math stuff, and then you get it. It was pretty fire. And look, turned out to look pretty good. I was like, what? So simple to do it also, you know? But yeah, I'm trying to think of what's like the next big problem that I need to solve, because enemy upgrades, enemy pathfinding is more or less actually. Pathfinding, it's finding. Maybe not my biggest concern as of the moment, maybe. Maybe not. That's so weird. Okay, now it works. Now it doesn't. I don't understand. It's so funny. Do I send reliably or unreliably the position? I don't know. I don't know. What is the time? Oh, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Maybe we should eat something. What are you guys up to anyways?
He's just making
Awesome.
AS. Yeah.
You're both
She's just
making
making
awesome?
ESCS for the game. No,
Okay.
I'm making
Fire.
a awesome thing for cheesecake. Well, I mean, at this point, I'm mostly just making it for fun, but
Yeah.
I mean, cheesecake will be forced to use it.
Ah, I like that. Oh. It just takes a while to generate the plant, which I kind of don't like. I maybe could just optimize that also. Oh yeah, you can actually kill each other. I think. You should be able to. This guy just doesn't deal any damage. It's barely noticeable. Or am I even hitting the other guy? Yeah, maybe not. Weird. I think players should be able to kill players, but maybe it's good that they don't. Or did I fix it sometime around? I don't know. I think the enemy doesn't really have that big of a collider. Let me take a look in here. Now we'll go to player controllers, the one that actually does this. No wait, yeah. Spawn wizard capsule size 5. It should be there, but I don't know. Let's do 10. Let's even use it. I have to take a look in this now. Wait, body. And then it will see caps. Oh my god, it didn't. Okay, I need to fix that. But I'm gonna go get something to eat real quick. Someone of you entertain them. I will stream Harold's stream.
My screen.
Yes. Alright, I'll grab something to eat. BRB.
I guess I just disable shock. Okay. So guys, it's my new stream here. So basically, right now Cheesecake wants me to make this awesome thing for him, but what he doesn't know is that yeah, I'm unemployed. Yeah, but I'm actually just gonna make my prints look nicer.
He doesn't know it yet.
Yeah, he might be thinking that I'm working right now, but he doesn't know. Like, I have the best prints in the world.
What are your prints?
My prints? Oh, you don't wanna know.
Oh well.
Yeah, you just don't want to know.
Alright, Cheesecake, what can I do now?
You know what, I
Hello,
won't
the
make it
show.
nicer. Yo, audio.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah, Bro told me to write my own renderer and just get Trudeau, and I think the actual pragmatic, I think the correct answer is not to do that, but just rely on Godot as a front end kind of for like it's just so convenient to like make scenes and stuff. You know, like, I don't know, man. It's like you're losing like you have your back end right, but then you also have your your front end in any kind of user facing application and just getting rid of the whole I don't know, or maybe I should just use Godot as a editor for scenes maybe and then try to parse scenes myself. But that's I don't know. I like the idea more of having it as a kind of a front end, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Did you see the thing I sent you?
Yeah, the Rust thing. The Rust to Zig.
Yeah, Zig and Ruster. There's some guy who wrote I don't know what the fuck he was writing. It was some like database or something, and it uses Zig. It's supposed to have an extremely high fault tolerance, like it's not supposed to fail ever.
Right.
And the for the like philosophy around what your tolerance is for like failure and shit in the system, and that you can't always say, oh, this has to always be be perfect or whatever, oftentimes you're sacrificing a bit of that for portability's sake, right?
Mhm.
I mean, if you want a perfect code, you literally write towards only one target at a time, right? Like you only write for x86 or whatever, and
Mm.
like Andrew Kelly said, like, oh, only use Zig as a domain-specific language for for making machine code, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
Also, are you using LLDB in VS Code?
LLDB.
Oh wait, who am I watching? I'm watching. Yeah, I'm watching Lucas watch your stream. What the fuck? Okay.
Yeah, because he's gone for a second, so he's milking my work here for content.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Lock. Oh, the lock is a good computer, except when the keyboard breaks, then you're gonna be pissed. But yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
But LLDB lets you have like a basically a debugger for Zig, I guess. VS Code.
Well, I don't need debugging.
It gives you a run task as well, so you have it in the UI in VS Code.
Well, I'm just too good for that kind of stuff.
Based.
You know. Yes.
You know what that's in the industry, what we call maladaption, I guess.
Yes.
Based, I guess. Awesome.
Yo, I'm actually gonna uncomment all this so I can show everyone on stream the nice prints I have spent time on.
1 viewers, how many of you?
I don't know, like 0. Yeah, bro, you see this shit here? Damn. I'm like, bro, I'm printing the stack as well. If we go over here, right, the first thing that's gonna happen is from, I think it is, so we go down here, it is calling is free nowadays, alright? You see here, local, or no, this is, no, wait, no, I'm running this one. So 2, am I running this one? I don't know what the hell I'm running anymore, but yeah, it prints the stuff. I can probably do the.
I feel like
the
I
other
should
one.
learn Wasm at some point, like learn what the stack machine does and all that.
It's really easy. I can
Yeah,
explain it to you in
probably.
like 2 seconds. Like you wanna know, man?
Sure.
Show you. Okay, great. So, first of all,
Mm.
I gotta set this to 1, so the result is 67. Yes.
Mhm.
This was done intentionally. Okay, so basically, like here is the readable form of WASM, right? And we can, there's like different sections, right? Whatever. And so there's the export section here, which is the third function. So this is over here. I think, yeah, something like that.
Okay, so you have so each of these functions, let me see, type. When it says type,
Yeah.
what is it talking about?
Well, actually, no, sorry. This is the index, right? The type 2 means that it is this one here. So it takes in 3 integers, result is an integer. Right.
So okay, I get it. So if you have like two
Yeah.
functions that take like a float 32 and return a float 32, they'd be the same type, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
Okay.
yeah, so we have this calling, which is the third one, and there's like comments here so we can actually see. So that this one here, right? And this function here, the readable SIG version is right here, right? So we just call these functions on, and then we log, right?
Wait, why do you have to have an at call? Why can't you just call? Or I mean, is that you're calling them both?
Well, because it inlines it otherwise.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I used to never inline.
But
Yeah.
why?
because if I don't, then it is gonna have one function that does all of these operations, because like having
what you do?
calls.
Mhm.
Yeah, but well, no, because otherwise it would just paste this code in here, because there was some stuff like this takes in 3 parameters, right? So first it's gonna get this one here, push that to the stack, then it's gonna push 2 to the stack, then 3, right? And then it has to send that into. Is it like more efficient really to not have calls, you know?
That's
So
crazy.
More efficient and not have calls.
yeah,
Is it all?
but
Oh,
yeah,
wait.
that's why I've never inline stuff. Right, so you can see here, we get the like local get 0, which is basically the parameter.
Mhm.
And then we have constant 3, constant being constant 3. But if we read that down here, you see local get 0, which is 1 because that's what we're pressing in. Then the 2 here, so we push a 2, right? And then we have the 3, which pushes a 3, right? And then here I put, so it's like another scope here. So it's like another, it's like calling another function here, right? It's very
So you're
readable,
not,
I know.
yeah, but in functions, it seems like you're not, like, when you call a function in WASM, it's not return. It's like an implicit return statement or some shit. It's usually in assembly. You have like
Yeah,
rec,
it's
rec
implicit.
something, right?
Like what I do is just
Weird.
every function is like a frame, right? And I have a stack for every frame. And when the frame ends, then I just return the entire stack to the like outer scope, and then just merge them. So yeah, but like in Zig, you can only really have like a one return value, right? Maybe it works with like tuples or something. I'm not sure. You can have multiple, but like in Wasm, you can have multiple returns, right? So
What
like
do you mean
what's
multiple
left?
returns?
Yeah, like you can have multiple return values, but like returning is really just like taking all the stack and then just giving it back, right? To the outer
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, that's what. Yes, that makes sense. When you say have two return, those aren't actual. That would be the stack at that point, and then a return type.
Yeah, like I just return the entire stack, really. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's just stack machine. I like you have the local get and whatever, and then
Yeah.
yeah, but just know that locals don't have to just be parameters, but they're basically these parameters. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Wasm really isn't like that complicated, but I mean, it's still a bit complicated because it's just.
SIMD.
Yeah,
Wait, we have SIMD instructions in.
yeah, it's part of an extension.
Oh, wait, let me see. Arithmetic.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna support most extensions, I think. I
Also,
mean, there's
another
only like
thing
3 of them.
yes, you don't have you don't use vector types, which are SIMD accelerated, I think, for like frame buffer operations. That would be cool, I guess.
Similarly for frame buffer.
Yeah, because a color is just a vector, right? It's a vector of 4 U8, basically, right? So.
I was watching
I'm not
that.
sure, Victor. Yeah, wait, I got a chat with Schnitzes. Yeah, well, I don't think you can have a vector that big, bro. It's
Wait, vector 4? Yes, of course you can, right?
Yeah, Vec4 does
Yeah.
exist.
oh yeah, you mean like have an array of vector
Yeah, you have an
4s?
array of vector 4s, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is that like vectors, like sim vectors are kind of big, you know.
Yeah, but they're fast, right?
Yeah, but I don't know why you would use like a bigger type for the color stuff.
Let's see. Because it's faster. I'm guessing the platforms we run on like desktop. Like this isn't embedded. This is not targeting. Oh, God damn it! It's not
I think
targeting embedded
this,
applications. It's not targeting.
yeah, well, I think the speed increase is like so minute, like so small, and it just takes so much memory. It's not really.
Probably with like very basic shaders. Maybe I don't know actually. When you're doing shaders, it doesn't matter, I guess, because you're not.
Like for a frame buffer, it's always gonna be slow.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be. I think there's a reason people use. I don't know. Maybe not. But you'd have to.
So you have been talking about your WASM.
Yeah.
Is it for modding you guys do it or?
Well, Cheesecake wants it for modding. I just, yeah, I don't
You're
know.
writing a WASM interpreter too, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is a WASM interpreter, but Mr. Schnitzos is gonna make a AOT or like ahead of time compilation, aka you just like WASM to assembly, which shouldn't be too hard. I don't think, but I'm not an expert.
Alright. I'm gonna go back to the stream. I guess we are switching topics maybe. Am I still streaming? Yes. I'm still streaming.
No, it is my stream.
I wonder though if I should do the... It's like the most important thing to get done. Like the stream is still titled to be this, but I don't feel like I want to do more on it right now. I think it's good enough for the purpose that it serves. Oh yeah, but I do want to fix a few things though that is actually pissing me off.
But
right
it's just, you save it as clickbait.
yeah, that makes sense.
What is your stream title? I can help you.
It's right now. It's just
SEO.
It's going from marching cubes to net surface nets.
You should put like building game engine from scratch in Zig day you know.
I used to do that.
Now because you're selling yourself short with your current title, I think.
Yeah, but I also got feedback from people who never watched it. Like they didn't want to watch it because they have missed so many days. I was like, okay. Don't know.
Don't specify what day it is, but I think that's what made me click in the first place, at least.
Oh, the
Also
days.
counter.
The
Bullet
days.
left in the top right. What is that?
Oh,
Why is there a meatball in the middle also? What is this?
God damn it! You don't know how much I put in to get those colors, and now you call it a
No,
meatball.
it's beautiful, bro. No, it's
Yeah,
beautiful.
What is the meatball?
I mean, it looks pretty all right, but you know, I still want like a skybox. You know, that is nice shaders.
There is a skybox.
You
What
know,
you wanna about?
no, like a skybox, not skybox, like you know, planet stuff.
Oh, you mean atmosphere?
Yes.
Also, yeah, at the core of you should also have like one module just dedicated to the player controller. That's usually a huge part of I guess any game like this where it's real-time controls and shit like that. It's
Yeah,
one of the most important modules of your game. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess that kind of belongs to when I start upgrading the internet protocol a little bit. I'm thinking of switching to using what are they called again? Lines, I think they were called, or something like that.
What?
Yeah, weird. But it was something like, yeah, basically, instead of doing right now,
Line shut down 2014.
Instead of doing like I do position updates, right, like this, right? I would swap to doing. I don't think it's called lines. I don't remember, but it's a very simple word. And instead of doing that, I would just say that okay, you are here, and by this timestamp, you're supposed to be here, and then the client just interpolates between those values.
Yep.
That's all it needs to know.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I mean, like you just send the values of the minimal amount of information you need to reconstruct the scene, basically. So all you send over the net.
I haven't yet read that much into it, but it would be better than just doing what I'm doing right now.
What?
Right now, I'm just saying this position, this position, this position, this position.
Yeah, I think, but you did it in like with like absolute position, right? Where you
Yeah, entities are there in planetary annihilation. I never know how to annihilation, whatever, something like this. Let's see. Because this game does it. Let's see. Do they say it's not possible to provide an exact blah 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 blah? Is there any information about this? Let me. I'm gonna. Unit entities.
What's planetary annihilation?
It's an RTS game. Unique types. Okay, but that's not what I mean. I mean entities alive on screen, not types. Entities. Yes, I can never spell entities. Yeah, developers are set the target supporting up to 1 million active units during the matches. Well, that sounds pretty reasonable, but that's why probably, like the game, AI responds still. But I think it's pretty reasonable also because I have played the game. I'm like fucking hell, because you can have like I don't know how many players, 16 in one game, and then all of you build like you're also on planets like these, and you build like stations, and then you have units, like you mass produce, you have like hundreds of station mass producing units, and then you can shoot them off in space to land on another planet. These are actually nukes though. But such.
I think one thing. I mean, I'm thinking about like imagine having a scene drawn, and then you know you have data, and you're say if I want to render 4 million troops, right? I mean, instancing is free; it's a fixed cost, but I can instance 4 million troops on screen, and I could just have the value 4 million stored in memory, right? Yeah. Thinking about how to do this in a way like where you're like I don't have like everything in aggregate kind of, right, where every unit can you're not inspecting every single unit, but they're like stats, right, almost.
Yeah.
That's how you would do this, I think, or you want to do it efficiently, yes.
Yeah, well, they do this thing. Wait, let me see if I can find. But that's also quite interesting if somebody could do something like that. I think where do I have the? I did send it to Webby. Wait a sec. Wait. We'll find it real quick. There. So it's called, let's see, curves, not lines. But yeah, basically what they do is they just send you're supposed to walk to this, because usually with an RTS it kind of makes sense because you have, let's say, if you have 10,000 units selected here, and then you say move here. Well, usually they all have some kind of same like pattern that they still need to move. Yeah. Of course, there's still like navigation and stuff like that, which they need to think about. But and they also use server client architecture, so the clients are just renderers.
Yes, correct. Yeah. Sounds really good.
And that's what I would like to double down on, because I kind of tried doing a little bit of the logic on the client side. I right now do the bullet simulation on the client side, where I just get a spawn command, and then the server just says you got spawned and now you got killed. And that's all it does. Then both of them simulate the thing. But I was like, this is dumb, because I can still have some rounding error or something while floating. Probably not, but I could.
Yeah.
And I just want to take that back to the server, and how I could do this is still doing these curves, which the client would just get, oh, this thing now has this timeline to do this thing, and I will do that timeline. And they also need to know shit. But also instancing is quite interesting, which you mentioned.
Yeah, it's I mean, you already have a CPU scene and everything like that. Like the thing is, it's basically free free shit, basically, I guess.
Yeah.
You can see how far you can push it, but I've seen people like you just have one piece of memory and you're just referencing it over and over, so it's like super cheap, I guess, in that sense. You'll have to test it. That'd be really interesting to see.
Yeah, but it's I quite don't like understand because let's say if I have 100 entities, let's say, and they are
Sure.
scattered around. Let's say we got the planet here, and now the player is here. This is player. Then I got enemies like all a bit over the place. They do not have like the exact same path towards the player. They all know they're supposed to go to the player, or they don't know on the on the client side. Well, unless if I do the curves, because then they would know that I'm supposed to walk here. I'm supposed to.
Yeah.
Of course, assuming it's a straight line. If it were something more like this,
Yeah.
you know, to get there, then it would be different.
So instancing is purely a visual thing.
Yeah.
So it's purely like a graphical thing. So if you have like a detailed enemy mesh or whatever, you can have that, and you can also have variations on it by treating them kind of as shader. Like think of it like like you can have the same shader have different like input colors or whatever for each time it's instanced. So all of these are going to have their own logic, and like that's not going to be like instance or whatever.
Yeah.
What's going to be instance is the visual drawn mesh, which I think means that it only takes up the memory or the VRAM of just one, right?
Yeah, I still got a little bit confused about the instance drawing because I'm like, but that means they would have to be exactly the same, right? You can't have a separate animation going on it or anything like that. It would
Yes,
have.
you can have
Yeah,
separate animations on
you
them.
can. I thought they would have to be
Yeah,
exact.
so they would have to be GPU driven, right? And so there's something called vertex animation or vertex displacement animation, which basically drives you bake animations into kind of a texture almost.
Okay.
And so it's like you're basically treating your troops or your enemies here as a one huge particle effect, basically, right?
Yeah.
And so you're passing in so each one is you're basically gonna have one texture that like represents the animation for this troop type. You're just gonna pass in an offset on where it is in that animation each frame. And so there's something you can like manage. I mean, you're basically gonna manage sending an int to each frame on each update to manage animation. But after that, it's just the GPU that poses it and puts all the vertices where they're supposed
So
to
they're
be,
also
right?
producing the animation state on the GPU in that sense.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, Webby told me about doing it also. It was quite interesting, but that was
Yeah.
that. Removing some of the logic from CPU. Wait, hold on. Let me see, because I know. Oops. This is the here. No, it's system actually. Here. He told me that you could remove a lot of what I do here. To remember exactly which part of the logic it was. Probably this later one here. But maybe you could even take this part if you do the instancing, I'm not sure. This one is the one that actually figures out like based on your current animation and which frame you're on, which sample, it will advance to the next kind of thing and take the new rotation, scale, and translation, and do that thing. And then in here we just actually apply it to the whole tree, all of the nodes or the joints. So we get the inverse binding matrix. But yeah, he spoke about doing that on the GPU, which I was like, what? But that was also supposed to be faster.
Yeah, and it scales super well as well. That's the big thing. And it'll have like some fixed cost of like oh, you have to have this one huge texture, you know, for each troop type or whatever, or for each yeah, basically for each troop that has a different model, right? But then you can scale it however big you want once the fixed cost is done, right? You can have tons and tons and tons of them because it's just like one particle system. If you ever messed around with 3D particle systems, they're just goo goo gaga and they run on the GPU. It doesn't matter. You have 2,000. It's the same performance as like 20,000. It doesn't matter. Like
Yeah, I actually should do some particle stuff. It's quite interesting, but
mhm. One thing that does one example of this, I guess, is in the new Mario Kart World game, where basically if you think of like in the Mario Kart level, you have all these characters on the stands and stuff, right?
yeah.
That are tiering or whatever. So what Nintendo does, I think, is they're like two different types of optimization, but one of them is GPU instanting, where you basically have one Koopa Troopa, one Paratroopa, you have one fat Koopa Troopa, and like a Toad, like a Shy Guy. I think those are the only models loaded into memory, and so to make a crowd, they reference them over and over and over again. One big particle system, one of the inputs to the particle system, like
Yeah.
one of the varying fields or whatever. I don't know what the fuck you call that. But like one of the variables is color, right? And so they have a color. If you think of a red Shy Guy and a blue Shy Guy, you know, this input for each index in the um in the this pseudo particle system, you know. So that's one application, one example of them doing it.
Wait, what? You sharing? Or
I think one approach to managing, if you want more control over what's happening on the GPU, like have some block of memory or like a texture, I guess, that you're sending into the shader, deciding the final appearance of all these things, and that you can edit. So each frame or each step or whatever, you can edit that to be however you want. But once it's done, then it's sent to the GPU to be like executed.
sure. No, sure, definitely. I think we'll have to get at least when I get to bigger planet sizes, LODs, and these things, I would probably have to start thinking about doing some of the part of the generation on the GPU. Maybe. Probably would be ideal.
The thing as well, like what if you had a GPU representation of the, you know, of the planet terrain, whatever, and you just had a function for collisions, you just had a function that could sample, you know, that noise map, you know, you're basically calculating a bunch of signs together to determine how offset, you know, your surface is, for example, right? Like you could basically have no memory footprint with all of that shit, really, right? Like you'd just be calculating each frame, what the collision should be. There's a lot of potential for weird shit.
Yeah, I read a research paper where they also used the GPU for collision detection. It's quite interesting how.
Oh yeah, holy shit! And like pathfinding and shit with STFs, you can do some crazy shit.
Really?
I
Damn.
think. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone use the GPU for pathfinding. I'm pretty sure it's possible.
Yeah.
Like distance fields, it's actually really weird.
Yeah, like the sign distance fields I'm using for the planet generation right now. Which is like they're normally just cubes, but they kind of like converge to, well, following the rules of SDF. It's really amazing. There's also this one video of a guy who made his own like game engine using. I think he also uses Jolt for his physics, but it's all based on SDFs. It's pretty cool. And how responsive it is.
Yes, and everything, your entire scene, all of the geometry in your scene is represented as a mathematical function, right? You can sample at any point, and it'll tell you if, you know, you're inside geometry or outside, or you're it's just a crazy idea of having basically your entire scene geometry described by in the end what is basically one math function.
Yeah.
And that takes in your vector 3 and spits out the float, which is the distance to the closest geometry. And
Yeah.
all of your scene is described by that. There's guy Indigo Keyless or IQ is sometimes called.
Yeah, it's
This
forgot.
basically made shader
Have
toy
you
and
seen his new video?
new video. No, I haven't seen his new video. Eagle Keyless. What's his new video?
About Smooth Max.
The most useful function. The most useful function. Oh yeah, he's using manim now as well. Nice. Okay. Smooth Max. It's actually really good. Yeah, good shit. Yeah. This is also free, bro. Oh god, yes. Bro, functional programming may save us all. Holy shit.
Where?
Sheesh. Yeah, you have a smooth max function in your math utils if you have it, Lucas, or whatever.
Smooth max. What is that?
Yeah, it's the same as a max, but you add like one like float to operation and becomes goaded. I'm gonna send you timestamp. I can send you a timestamp on it.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Fuck!
Hey, no, we don't
Oh
swear
shit.
here.
I threw my phone down.
Swearing
So
here.
crazy.
Why would you do that?
Because it was on the charging cable and I like went back with my chair and got up. The rest is history.
Essentially the thing, I guess.
Yes, just a moment. We'll fix this one thing. Reshape here.
Forsen is playing PUBG. What the fuck? Damn.
Ah. Yep. So. Capsule dot half height. Capsule dot radius. And that should now. Fuck. All right. Now I can see what you sent. Smooth maximum, the most useful function. Oh, loading until yesterday. Let me quickly just try this thing. Wait, did I crash? It actually did segmentation fault. Oh, but it was Steam connection, that's fine. Well, will look slightly better on the ground. Okay, I think the boss is looking a bit funny now. The capsule is maybe a bit too big. Yeah. Okay, now it's done. Let's see, so you guys also can hear it.
Maximum computed with the formula above. But now pay attention to this. If we add a little bias to the square
That's the
root,
formula for
we
max,
can
right?
finally create a soft or smooth version of the max function, which behaves
Oh.
a bit
Easy
like a
peasy.
snow layer or an envelope around the exact maximum. The larger the bias, the more snow we can accumulate. And this is exactly what we were going for. So this can be our first version of a smooth maximum. And it looks great. Indeed, looking at the derivative, we can see that this new smooth maximum gently blends the derivatives of x and y with no abrupt changes. So, if x and y are smooth, so will be our new function. Perfect. So, let's go ahead and use this useful property in practice. Imagine that x is some procedural surface or energy function that we don't have full control over. And let's suppose that we want to perform some local repairs or edits to it. For instance, say we want the function to climb higher in this area. Well, then we can bring a paraboloid, for example, as our edit function y. Combine it with x with the regular max function, place it where we need it, and adjust its width and the height until we are happy with the edit. The problem is, of course, that we have created a discontinuity where x and y meet. But now is when we can use the smooth maximum instead and fix that by melting y into x.
Oh
and
my
by
god.
choosing how much we want the two functions
Yeah,
to blend
it's so
together
good.
through the parameter line.
So easy, bro.
So easy,
This
bro.
Love.
way, we have fused both surfaces into a single one that is nice and differentiable. And with that, we have finished repairing our original function.
That's so smooth. Jesus.
Alright, so
Wait, the whole thing, you just need that in the square root.
No, because you skipped how he actually there are like 100 different ways of making a smooth max function,
Okay.
and that's one of them.
But this
And
is
it's
one.
so yeah, it makes so much sense. If you watch the first part of the video, he explains how he got that, and it's so fire.
It's like
Should make
this
a.
guy.
Hmm?
This guy IQ when he could take like a toothpick and he will give you like a wooden sculpture of like Prometheus or some shit. Like this guy is weird. Like Spain does things to people. I don't know.
I need to move to Spain, man. I need to become smarter.
I
I'm
got to come to Spain. Lubas, I am biggest fan. When are you coming to España? When are you coming to Spain, to Barcelona? Come visit us.
when you're becoming smart. No, but for real, we should have just like movie nights. You know, we would always watch some funny movie. One of these
You
films.
watch yeah.
Just be like,
You see Rush Hour?
Russia? No, I mean movies like watching
That's
like
actually
these things.
Oh, this shit. Oh, right.
Yeah. And there was also talk about
Do you
doing.
even know him?
Yeah, you have posted him. He is the shader toy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After
But,
Casey, of course.
what? I mean, shader toy. I think he's better at shader toy than Casey. I feel pretty confident. on
Nobody's
saying.
better than Casey. Nah, just joking.
Well, now we took it too far.
It's Casey.
He's the man behind the Handmade Hero,
Handmade Hero.
which I also should
Oh, is that
watch.
SDF?
No. There's 700 episodes of how to make a game using an engine on Windows DirectX 11.
Bro really doesn't know
Direct-
Casey.
Alright.
Damn.
Yeah.
You gotta know him now.
I want to see a series implementing a standard compliant Vulkan renderer and on what? On
But he speaks so much facts, and like I have only seen like the first intro of Handmade Hero. I haven't watched anything else, which is kind of bad because I understand like if you watch like his stuff, you would like really improve how you write your code. Like you just need to watch the 21st episodes or so.
Molly Rocket.
Molly Rocket, yeah. Then there's if you just Google Handmade Hero, you will also find like. Did it? Or did? But yeah, that thing was a bit too big. I need to. What the? Oh yeah, but that makes sense. The collider is not a brother. Okay, let me start another client. Just see if the player is also all right.
Updating player position on the wrong frame or something is like lagging behind when you move. The wrong something. I don't know.
What do
Like
you
look,
mean?
it's like lagging behind 1 frame sometime. Is it good now? Maybe it's good now.
Don't know.
Yeah, like.
Want to see. Maybe the capsules are still a bit too big, and then I'm putting the players. I'm putting them actually a bit down. I think we could even decrease the player capsule slightly, and especially the boss. The boss capsule was huge. Let's go to player controller, and then this is the boss. The height is way too big. Maybe 2. Radius we can still keep as 2, maybe. Let's see. Let's try this, and then I will also try on the player. Bit big still. How big is the radius when we're next to each other? I think we could still walk a bit closer into each other. So I'm gonna put it to 5, and then I will put this to 5, 3. And then I will go in here and I will change the offset, not that one. Vulkan. And then player here. I do put the offset -1, but I think we'll put it back to 0. Let's do an offset on it. But yeah, let's reconnect that. Let's see if the player looks good. Six, 7. The planet size is 6, 7. What the fuck? Oh right, no, it needs to be 0 -1 because it's actually when we do have this collider. The collider is actually like here now. I'm always maybe it's half. It should be. -0.5.
I thought see you later.
The what? What? That's pretty good. Good enough. Maybe you could put it 0.6. Let's do 0.6. And now we'll try to see if the boss does have a reasonable size. Well, not on this planet. This is so small. Now we're getting a bigger planet. It's taking a while to generate it. A long while to generate it. Holy shit. I even froze. Is my computer gonna die? Who knows? We might die. Oh, okay. There we go. That's 98. It's a big planet. We can work with that. Where's the portal? There it is. I think that looks reasonable. It's not quite moving. I'm actually hitting it right now. I am. This is also hitting it, but it's not just taking damage. How the fuck does that work? Okay. Yeah. Oh, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Yeah, because they're not based on... Oh my god. Wait. This I actually need to think about a little bit, because this is moving it... It is fine for now, but it's also a little bit bad. Why is it not like moving at all towards the player? Let's see, enemy. Because going in wizard here, and if the distance is less than 40, attack, else it's gonna walk, so it's gonna try to walk. And if the desire is attack, I think I have this else in the wrong. No. If attack and info elapsed time.
Fish.
Fish? Oh, it's Doom Turtle. God damn it. So it wanna attack and elapsed time, so it can attack. Well, why am I doing... I think this else here is in the wrong place. You're not doing your Lucas, my bad, I forgot. So if I move this here, it should... Yep, now it walks. I should be getting closer to spawn enemies, yeah. And if I come in here and try to push it away, it should try to walk closer again. Yeah. I think we need more gravity on those bullets. That's pretty good. That's fire, that's fire. Holy shit. Okay, well, a little bit of a fix on the... I didn't know that fix. That was a problem, but hey, it is fixed now. Let's see, where were we? We were in pathfinding. Not yet, not yet. What is like more important is probably the damn networking. Or actually, should we try to make some more kind of like a game so you could actually like get a feel for it? Like would be nice kind of with a little bit of smoothing. I'm just chilling actually right now. I'm not really doing anything. I'm just like do 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 do. I think the players are immune. Let me take a look. Here, apparently. Invincible. Here. Gonna change this to false. Oh wait, it was false. And then invincible. Here we're gonna put it false. Hot reload, yep. And you can remove that, so now players should have lost their invincibility, and I should be able to kill my friend. Yes.
Kill your friends?
Or yeah, it died. Probably we should do a respawn option or something like that if you die. Nah, we are not there yet. And yeah, we can kill each other now, so that's great. That's great. I think. Wait, is someone free here, or is everyone busy?
Free for what?
Trying things out.
Like joining you.
Yeah.
I don't know, like I'm kind of locked in here right now.
Yeah. No. Well, then it's a no. Simple.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't know this. I was looking about how to do a bit more of the SDFs, and apparently Indigo, what's this? Indigo has done this whole how to do all of these different shapes using SDFs. I didn't know it was him. I just now realized.
Yeah, no, it's him.
Damn. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I need to decide what's the next thing to do. Yeah, that's why I asked if somebody would be up for it. Do you have an optimize animations? Separate mesh, skin mesh, no single model, struct, static, skin. Well, that's actually done already by accident. Single inverse matrix buffer and GPU offset access. Yeah, that I don't have done yet. And that's actually also done by accident. Let's see. I'm wondering, like, what's the biggest pain point? I think it's just the planet generation and networking is my two most annoying things. So I think we'll put all of this in here now. We'll do that. Maybe we should do audio. It'd be nice to have something like that. Interpolation. Smaller packets, less hertz, all of that would be part of it. Planet gen faster. But what could I do for faster planet gen? Was maybe partitioning using quad trees? That could be possible. Actually, like that. I think I would probably have to read. I would like to read this one, but I don't know if I'm gonna read it on stream. think I might just end and go and read this. I should also read book. So I should do that as well. Yeah, I will do that. I will come back with more knowledge later. Just read. I just need to think and read. And nobody here is willing to come and test things out. SMH. Or what do you guys think? What should I do the next thing? What's like the most important thing?
Gameplay.
Yeah, so just actually making like a lobby, I guess. It would be included to gameplay, but a little bit of 98 I planned that. But yeah, this thing. So a little bit more encouragement to progress in the game.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'm actually that would be making the bullets also a little bit actual bullets and not boxes. I have to write animation for the damn thing that it doesn't just puke out those things. Okay, wait, let me do that real quick. Player controller. And we'll go in here. I will change the. Let's not spawn 10. Let's do 1. And then player. Let's see, attack speed 1 over. So this should now shoot 1 bullet. I don't even see 1. Oh wait, there's an error. Is there an error? Ah, the eye. Ah, we don't need the eye. We don't need the scale. Despite that, we'll just take muzzle velocity immediately. And I press the wrong button. Boom. So, and that's it. And now if I go in here and I shoot, there's just 1 box. You could probably put. I should probably display like what are your stats, because it's really hard to know right now what your stats are. If somebody would want to know that. That's attack speed, isn't it? Yeah. Well, if it's more about gameplay, I will do that first. We'll take this one's back down here, and we'll do. Then it's currency, loot boxes, range enemies, and we'll do stats and items. That. We need the bullet. Nullet. Animation. Okay. Should do XP as well. All right. Let me do a. We'll go to spawner and let's do it in the update here. Self dot.
Oh, fuck this. I will just make another layer of annotation. I can't.
Actually, when start stage happens, spawner should spawn. So self should spawn becomes true. And then we'll make it so that when you
Right.
when do you want the should spawn to stop? That's when the teleporter reaches 100%. Yeah. That happens here. If player get if teleporter active and distance less, or if teleporter get teleporter return else. Don't assume because support charge. Yeah, these are just teleporter stuff. If teleporter dot well, actually this is weird because they're like two separate portals. Teleporter dot charge is equal to self world teleporter dot max charge return. We don't need to charge it anymore. And then if self, well, actually this is the same logic here. Could actually do it in one go here. Do it like this multiple times, it's fine. So, and before we return, self spawner that should spawn equals false. So, yeah, so now if I start a new planet, it should start spawning on that planet. Yep, quite fast. And then if I start the boss, we should have 100% immediately, so it should stop spawning. I killed the boss because I have so much damage. That's crazy. And then if I take another one, it should spawn a new planet. Things get spawning immediately. And then, yeah, it works great. Ah, why it's so small all the time? Okay, now we get a big planet. Now I might die. $73. Ah! Oh, yeah, crazy attack speed. They come up a little bit from everywhere, that's okay. I have so much speed, it's absurd. A bigger planet again. It even froze. I guess because now I got started on generating in 77. Ah, I died. Sad. Right, the spawners actually keep on spawning. Let's Oh wait, sorry, the chat, I haven't seen it in a while. Okay, good, nobody has said anything anyways, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Let's go to should spawn, and then we'll go in here, update. If should spawn and info world players items.len. It's not 0, so we'll not just spawn if there's no one alive anyways. Okay. Thinking probably like the stats is like the most funniest thing I would like to do. I will do that. So I'm thinking that we'll have in the bottom left corner, should we put, how does risk of rain look? I'm thinking like profile of the character, risk of rain. 2. I also have abilities. Should I do abilities? Then you got your teammates. They don't even show like your stats anywhere. They just show you like that's funny. Does do have a risk of rain, like a kind of game mode or something like that? Oh yeah, they just have, they don't even show stats, which I find that's a little bit weird. Well, I guess you're not supposed to pay attention, but you kind of would like to know the items that you got. Yeah. It actually kind of makes sense. We'll do that. Let's go to camera. And then we can do a simple Yeah, this wasn't the plan. Maybe I should just start a new stream with a different idea, because I feel kind of bad also doing something that's it's no longer the thing. But also I would like to plan a little. I will do that. I think we'll end it here. Alright. Thank you for watching. We'll see you maybe in a bit. I will read a little and read a little more. Bye bye.
Yeah.